My name is Mohau Mpumela, President of Coaches and Mentors of South Africa, COMENSA for short. I'm really truly humbled and grateful for this moment. It is indeed a defining moment in the coaching, mentoring and supervision in South Africa. A concept that started on paper as a vision of inclusivity and integrating the rest of the continent of Africa. The COMENSA Africa Conference 2026 has now come into being. And I'm excited, looking forward to the professionals within the industry, our stakeholders, the role players, our clients coming to join us here and be part of this excitement. Our board had set itself a strategy of Vision 2030, which is a 5-year strategy, which is now going to be extending to the Vision 2046. As we celebrate 20 years of COMENSA, we are saying where to for COMENSA for the next 20 years.
My name's Trixie Lochner. I'm the founder of Healthy and Life Coaching, and I'm very much looking forward to being here at this in-person event and touching base with my colleagues who mostly I've seen online for the last few years. And I think there's a lot to learn and a lot to share. Looking forward to it.
I'm looking forward to attending COMENSA Conference. It's my first time. I understand it's the first time conference as well. I'm looking forward really to learn about coaching and how coaching can assist people like me, even people at the workplaces. So it's all about me learning, exploring, and understanding the importance of coaching at the workplace. And I hope I'm going to get what I'm looking for. And I'm looking forward for the conference, and I hope I'm going to enjoy it. Thank you so much.
Today from the COMENSA function, I'm expecting to learn a lot about what the organization stands for, particularly as they communicated about who they are. They are a borderless organization. So we're here to learn how to partner with them and how to learn from organizations like these. And each and every single thing from the speakers, from the panelists, I'm expecting information, impact, and everything in between.
And my expectations for the day is just to sit, learn and absorb and meet as many people as possible.
It's really amazing to have one of the first COMENSA conferences at this scale. I'm doing a keynote later, and I also want to meet as many people as possible and help put coaching on the map.
I'm very happy to be here to catch up with some old coaching colleagues. So I'm looking forward to that connection and learning. Thank you.
I'm Andre Retief. I am the MACSAC Deputy Chair, and I've got quite a history with COMENSA, and we're here to make sure everything's in order.
Looking forward to welcoming you here and enjoying the moment and be part of the legacy. I thank you.
Very good morning and welcome. We welcome you with all the connections you bring, the children in your lives, your partners, your siblings, your parents, the animals, and the loved ones in your communities. You are all welcome here. We welcome your spiritual practice, your religious affiliation, your spiritual walk. You are welcome. This space we share is not a space of judgment. It's a space of acknowledging the richness of the traditions and wisdoms you so richly bring. On this learning journey over the 2 days, your love is welcome. Your love of the land on which you are stepping, your love for the oceans, the rivers, the animal parks, all of it is welcome. We welcome your sacred connections to the lands on which you were conceived, the lands that hosted your births, the lands of your ancestors. You are welcome. We welcome you with the knowledge you bring. We welcome you in your ignorance. We welcome you in your privilege. We welcome you in your grief of the historical and current suffering of your people and Mother Nature. We welcome you in your guilt and shame. You are welcome here. your strange habits and peculiarities, they are all welcome. We welcome your humor and silent contemplation. We welcome the parts of yourself that you are still trying to figure out. We welcome you in your various roles. We welcome you as leaders, as coaches, mentors, teachers, students. All of it is welcome here. Some of you are caretakers, change agents, champions, and warriors. You are all welcome. We welcome you at whatever level of mental and physical wellness that you are currently functioning. We welcome you however you are. As we embark on this two-day conference and the celebration of COMENSA at 20, we remember with deep appreciation that we are breathing one air. We are all resting on one Mother Earth. May our journey together unlock even greater wisdom. With open hearts and open arms, we see one another. You are all welcome. And this is the opening of COMENSA at 20. So, colleagues, we have a full program, which I hope you have been able to download. As you enter the building, there is a printed A3 paper, but you can also download. There's a QR code, and you can have access to the full program. We have our bathrooms at the back of the auditorium. We have lots of space. I know for the ladies' bathroom, it's always a long queue, so you are welcome to use the bathrooms on my left. At the back, we have multiple exhibitors. Please pay a visit. We have books to inspire you, to expand your knowledge. Take time to know what others are doing. We are also going to have a mix of in-person and online speakers to support us in managing the flow of the time and the transitions. It's important for us to have our questions short and sharp, jot them down, take time to just soak it all in. I'm also going to invite you to speak to the person next to you. If anything surprises you, talk to the person there. We are all here to learn with one another. The wisdom rests in this collective. So please take time to meet new people. We have short breaks. You would have seen the tea and coffee at the back. If you need to nourish, just gently ease out, grab yourself something to drink, and come back and take a seat. Our day is expected to run until 1600, so at 4 p.m. And for those attending the gala dinner, you are welcome. Do we still have tickets for people who want to come? Paul is saying, if you change your mind and you want to come and celebrate the excellence within COMENSA, you are welcome to reach out to any of our colleagues who will be able to give you a ticket. So, coming up is going to be our COMENSA president, Mohau Mpomela, and Mohau is going to give us our opening remarks. After our president, we are going to have a keynote address from Prof. Bonang Mohale. Unfortunately, he had urgent business in the Free State, so I had to go to the university as the chancellor and will be addressing us online. After Prof. Bonang, we are going to have some nuggets from our founding president, Dr. Sunny. Dr. Sunny will be joining us online, and we have the opportunity to look back, because part of the gift of growth is to be able to look back and say, where did we come from? What did we do well? Where are those opportunities for us to keep doing better? Where are the spaces where we could have done things differently? So dance with the program over the 2 days as we try and make sense of this legacy that we are building. It's a moment of celebration, colleagues. So in that spirit, I invite you to really share some of your stories as you meet new people. What's your connection to COMENSA? How did you get here? How long have you been around? What have you learned? What are the opportunities? Because this space is ours to learn and to grow. Without further ado, and I have given you 3 extra minutes. Can you believe it? Can we welcome our president? And just as a Pavlovian, so I'm a psychologist by training, when you see me come up the stage, know it is time to wrap up. So over to you, Mr. President.
Is it me? Oh, maybe I was being set up. Thank you, Program Director, Dr. Munyaka. Thank you so much. Good morning. I repeat, good morning. That's much better. Maybe we can go even for the 3rd time. Good morning. That's even more encouraging. Thank you so much. The good morning I've just heard now is the good morning of a celebration. I hope you are as excited as myself. Even more than that, I'm ecstatic. The moment I cannot believe, but it is here. Once again, greetings, and my name is Mohau Mpumela. For all it's worth, I'm the President of Coaches and Mentors of South Africa. To our founding members that are here today, past presidents, our board members whose vision is turning out to be what it is this morning. I'm sure they deserve a round of applause. It is not certainly about me. That's why I do believe that our board deserved that round of applause. Our CEO, she's right at the back there. And that's showing you the caliber of people we do have. I acknowledge you, ma'am, right there at the back, Madam Veronica Kisman-Cronje. Office bearers, they came far and wide. From Cape Town here with Paul, I've seen Free State, I've seen KZN. Michael, I saw you. And we welcome those office bearers that have come that far. Our speakers, we have jam-packed line of speakers that are here that are going to share the moment with us. But even further to that, distinguished dignitaries, honored guests, valued partners, there are partners right at the back there that have joined us and partnered with us. Captains of the industry, and mostly, our esteemed members. You are the reason we are here. Please, let's give our members that have turned out in the numbers we do have a round of applause, please. Ladies and gentlemen, I warmly welcome you all. Wow, wow is the word. Wow is indeed the word. What we are witnessing today is not something ordinary. This is extraordinary, and you'll get to know why I say so. As the saying goes, a dream deferred is not a dream denied, but instead, a dream developed and even encouraged more. The more you do believe that it is almost denied, the more you actually get to the point that it is indeed, pardon me, that it is encouraged more. What began as an idea what began as an idea as on paper turned out to be a vision. That was just simply a draft. It has now come into fruition. And we witness it coming alive in this room this morning. And standing here before you, I'm filled with that excitement that I alluded to. I'm filled with pride and deep gratitude. I'm energized and inspired, but more than that, reassured that we have an industry that is going forward. We have an industry that is taking us somewhere. Because what I see in front of me today, with this attendance, it is just not an attendance. I see possibility, a commitment, and I see the future of coaching, mentoring, and supervision, not only in South Africa, but across the rest of the continent. Professor Terblanche, you're sitting right next to me, say, the engagements with you started in September. What we thought was going to be COMENSA Africa and Global Conference, and I was sitting with the Vice President when we met with you in September already. This is how far these things get to be planned. And you said, Mohau, I speak in conferences across the world. And you actually shared with us the conferences that you speak on. And said, why can't we have our own? We had global on it. And we cut the global. And we thank you, sir. And that is an indication that this was never about individuals, people, but we took cue and wisdom from our partners and practitioners and academics such as yourself. Let's give this gentleman a round of applause. He committed in September and he is here. Thank you, Prof. Today we gather not only for a conference, but for a celebration of 20 years. You know, if you take a child of 20 years and you see how grown up they are and what they have gone through, you can imagine what our journey would have been to get to 20 years. Lots and lots of stories can be told. 2 decades of purpose, of growth, decades of shaping and guiding and professionalizing our industry. The one thing about COMENSA is that we are very firm, we're steadfast about it, we want to professionalize it. And henceforth, we are registered with the South African Qualifications Authority and we are a recognized body. Yes, please, ma'am, go ahead. Go ahead. We stand today as a respected and recognized body within the coaching, mentoring, and supervision landscape, having played a pivotal role in advancing the standards, ethics, and excellence across South Africa. While we celebrate, let us not be complacent about it. There's still a lot to be accomplished and to be done in this profession. Because while we honor where we come from, we must continue to remain firmly focused on where we are going, the road ahead. It's where this profession is looking up to us. Over the next 2 days here at the Birchwood Hotel and Conference Center, let's make our purpose clear. I repeat, let's make our purpose clear. Us as a community of coaches and mentors of South Africa. This is the space for conversations, a space for reflection, and most importantly, a space for direction. These days we are using navigation. It's controlled and you can just plug it in there. But we are still human after all. And this is why we are meeting here to share those ideas on how to pave this way forward. What does the industry expect from us as practitioners, leaders, and stakeholders? What role must COMENSA play in shaping the future? We are already shaping it. And you'll hear as I continue with the speech. This conference is about the meeting of minds in setting that agenda, not just for today, but for decades to come. As a board, we have committed ourselves to a strategic path called COMENSA Moving Forward 2030, or simply Vision 2030. That's a 5-year strategy to 2030. Count it from now. From last year when we said this, it was definitely a 5-year strategy. But beyond that lies even a greater vision, one that stretches the vision to 2046. This is how the Chinese plan. The Chinese plan here. The Chinese are planning on the basis of where and how am I going to feed this 1.6 billion population. And that's why you see every single city in the world is got a Chinatown. Those that have traveled will tell you that there is a Chinatown in every single city out in the world. And that's how China has had that vision to have what they call a China vision, 50-year vision. So that's how we should be planning. I repeat, what is the vision for COMENSA in the next decade? Vision 2046. And that's what we will start planting the seed thereof today. Ma'am, I'm getting closer to that. This is not just a roadmap, it is a legacy in making. And importantly, this is an Africa conference. The intention behind the name is deeply meaningful, and it reflects our commitment of inclusivity, collaboration, and continental growth. As beautifully expressed and put by our CEO, once again, Madam Veronica Kisman-Konje, from a seed to a significant, from a seed to a tree. The seed is South Africa, and the tree, rooted strong and far-reaching, is the African continent. And we are part of that continent. Our responsibility, therefore, is not only national, it is continental, to connect, to uplift, and to get together. To each one of you today, thank you. I thank you for choosing to be part of this moment. Thank you for investing your time with us today. And thank you for contributing to what will become a defining chapter in our journey shared today. I encourage you over the next 2 days to engage fully, participate boldly, contribute meaningfully, because the legacy we speak about begins with you and begins now. And now, as the President of Coaches and Mentors of South Africa, it gives me a great pleasure and an honor to officially declare the COMENSA Africa Conference 2026 open. Enjoy the rest of the day. Thank you.
Thank you very much, President, for staying on time and really just inspiring us as we celebrate 20 years of COMENSA. We are going to move into our next slot with Prof. Bonang Mohale, So I've heard him speak several times, and I'm really excited to hear what he has to share. And introducing Prof. Mohale is our president. Over to you, President.
The person I'm introducing today, we've come a long way with in business. And it really gives me a great pleasure, Prof, that you accepted to come and share your wisdom, your leadership with us. I grew up in your terrain in business, from the Black Management Forum of South Africa to BUSA, Business Unity South Africa at the time. And the person who is here, he is a very renowned gentleman in business in South Africa. He has spoken in a number of conferences. His bio was shared with us. It's one of those very long bios. Unfortunately, and the very nicest thing about people that have studied, the fact that they bear the title of a professor is enough. You don't have to say much. Prof. Mohale is a chancellor of the University of Free State and is the best-selling author. Lift as You Rise is his book. Behold the Turtle and Coming In from the Cold. Prof, I'm grateful that you stood by your word, even when the emergencies crept up, as life happens on us, but you still believed firmly in being part of this. Ladies and gentlemen, I introduce to you Professor Bonang Mohale. Over to you, Prof.
Ntate ke a leboha. Just confirming that you can hear me.
Thank you so much. I can hear you. Please go ahead, Prof.
So for me, in congratulating COMENSA on their 20th anniversary and the theme that is so apt, Seed to Significance. It's not a light switch, it's an evolution. And it can't be just in and of itself. Because a higher form of anything, just like management and then leadership, has to accept that it moves and starts with the self, and once you have, then you can share. Is it possible that a gathering of professionals who are absolutely obsessed with coaching, mentoring, you call it supervision, the highest form has to be sponsorship? Because coaching happens on the job. Mentoring is for general leadership. Supervision is about getting things done through in those rooms where you might not be in. Because you see, when you are blessed like we are, to be in spaces where our can do. On the one hand, you can continue to be palleted, highlighted, and celebrated as the first, one and only. On the other, you might use that opportunity as the temporary occupant of the corridor of power to kick down the doors and bring in people that look like you. So is it possible that as colleagues on the 20th anniversary, to say in the next 20 years, we want at a personal level to have helped ourselves and those that we work with to evolve from emerging to competent to proficient towards self-mastery? To lead yourself, to lead your team, to lead business, and ultimately to lead the community, because that's the ultimate measure. If you work with the exco or with the board and you're appointed for professionals, help that board, that exco, to also evolve, initially from being a complacent exco board to a compliant one, to an independent one, because that's what we are required by fiduciary responsibility, to exercise our independent minds. Then to move to value adding on our way towards being absolutely catalytic. Some would say transformational. So at 20 years, we're no longer teenagers. At 32 years of democracy, we are no longer a teenage country. And under those circumstances, let me submit that maybe three things ought to be much more important. Number one, I think time must feel much tighter, because our people have been patient for far too long. Number two, relationships must matter much more. Not bricks and mortar, not pieces of metal, but to help people to convert the moments into memories. Because that's what stays deep in our heart. Everything else we will leave. Isn't it amazing that even when you go to the Kruger National Park, we are unable as a people just to watch a leopard for what it is and what it does, so that if you blink, maybe it would have disappeared. But when you see a leopard, the first thing we do is to reach for our cameras, because we want to record it for somebody else. Because the TikTokers and the 2Ks say, if it's not posted, it didn't happen. Some of us who are approaching 40 know that what has happened stays in our heart, not just in our heads. Lastly, the big questions must become personal. So for me, what are those big questions that must become personal? On our 20th anniversary, 32 years into democracy, we need to explain to our nephews and nieces that why is it that all the cashiers, all the petrol attendants, all the waitrons in the restaurants are still black. "32 years into democracy. Why is it that poverty still has primarily a black, a feminine, and a rural face?" Put differently, you see, this notion called wealth, if it is an inevitable outcome of both hard work and enterprise, then every woman in Africa should be a dollar billionaire. I'm hoping that as a direct result of our conversation this morning, in this country, in this context, when so many of us dare to hope that joy and peace will prevail, that we can halt the decline, where South Africa now really stands a real risk of occupying the world record for all the wrong reasons. Without any degree of granularity, we are now the most unequal country in the world. Even when we say we took over from Brazil in 2010 with a Gini coefficient of 0.63, what we are talking about is only income inequality, not wealth inequality, not asset inequality. If we added all three of them, I swear to God, there'll be a revolution in this country. Secondly, we have the highest unemployment rate in the world. We chose to be members of BRICS. In the BRICS countries, the original 5, BRICS plus, we added another 6. Now there's 11 of us, there's 14 others that are queuing to join this membership when the US of A, the biggest economy in the world for now, is threatening to implode. It's so bad that we even want to hide it. We have two measurements, the ILO definition and the narrow definition, where we exclude people that have given up looking for a job in the last 36 months. But what remains is that they're still unemployed. My grandmother says, when your neighbor is hungry, you cannot sleep at night, not the poor neighbor. And in BRICS countries, and BRICS plus countries, new jobs created by SMEs as an acronym for small, medium enterprises, it's north of 60 percentage points. In South Africa, it's south of 15 percentage points, for a simple reason that we're not focusing on it. I mean, we've had entrepreneurs like Dr. Sam Mutsuenyane, Dr. Richard Maponya, Dr. E.T. Chabalala, who have been running businesses. In 1960, they were millionaires. But we don't find it in the goodness of our heart to go to them, humble ourselves and say, come and run our Department of Small Business Development. We give it to people who have never run a fish and chip shop, who've never rubbed together 220 rand notes, who today still don't know the difference between income and cash. But also, we are the country that has the highest GBVF rate in the world, not by a factor of 2, but 5 times the global average, to demonstrate that we haven't even begun to deal with our own personal, let alone our collective trauma. Because trauma is not just losing a loved one or being subjected to apartheid or the Holocaust. When you move a young one from one school to the other, that's trauma. So what needs to be done? If I start with the end in mind, it's an elective year for local government. In another 2 years, we'll be electing national leaders. There's nothing more painful than people who are poor, who don't have assets, who don't have wealth, who are unemployed, but don't realize that they have only one power and one power only. And that power, it's not to be the Stellenbosch mafia or part of the Jewish community or the Muslim community or the Afrikaner community, because at least they've got capital. What they have is their vote, the power to elect new leaders. Because what we have had up until now has not worked for the majority of our people. So I'm hoping that when we exercise this one power that we have, we'll exercise it wisely, that not voting will never be an option for us because people died for this. As we elect new leaders, imagine for a moment when we can have a framework of why we're choosing A versus B, where we are committed to ideas, not to people, where we are loyal to progress, to do only 2 things, to improve the quality of lives of the majority of our people on the one hand, and on the other, to bring about a better life for all, not just elected officials. 5, no more than 6 things. Number 1, I think we need to elect leaders that are absolutely committed to rooting out and defeating state capture. Because it doesn't matter what we do in business. If you steal 1.5 trillion rands in 5 years, if we talk about the 9 wasted years, we're siphoning off on average 200 billion just to the 2 Zupta families. It doesn't matter what we do. The magnitude of industrial scale looting is just so weighing heavily on our sinewy shoulders. Number 2, I think we need to elect ethical leadership, which by definition is tautologous, because leadership can't be anything else but ethical. My grandmother says ethics is what you do, not talk about when nobody's watching. Thirdly, I think we need to be electing people that are committed to good governance. The lawyers among us will tell us that Good cooperative governance is separating ownership from control. But you see, people who practice good governance don't steal from the mouths of the babies, the sick, and the dying, like we saw during COVID-19, this 1 in 100-year event. We want to elect leaders that are committed to service delivery, because our constitution is the best in the world, not because of what is contained in the main body of the constitution, all 198 chapters, but because of what is contained in the one page called the preamble to our constitution, because it says everything. Chapter 194 of the constitution is the job description of people who choose to be public servants. But you'll be amazed how many of our leaders who get into office and leave after 5 years without even having opened that chapter 194, which is the job description of public servants. The last one, of course, it's about law and order, safety and security, because South Africans are not safe. They are not safe walking on the streets because I can almost understand they're exposed. But they are not safe sleeping in their own homes behind 6-foot walls, 220 volts of electric fence, because it's the contact crimes that are on the ascendancy and therefore increasing. Let me just conclude by saying I'm hoping that as a result of having this conversation, maybe just maybe, we'll understand that even this notion called democracy, it's not so much about electing good leaders as it is about putting a system in place to ensure that we peacefully get rid of the bad ones. The same way that the most basic test of a decent police force is that it must arrest more criminals than it employs. Because even if you come up for air and you're thinking about what's happening in the US of A and the 4 global wars that are currently raging, the war in Iran is not going to tell us what is right, but what is left. Because you see, everyone has a choice unless you are poor, nowhere to go, and excluded. With that, Ms. Sharon Munyaka, the value, the utility is probably in the question and answers that will come through from deep in my heart. I wanted to be there in person. I profusely apologize that I can't look you in the centerpiece of the pupils of your eyes and feel the energy in the room.
A big round of applause. So reflecting on that powerful and very sobering input from Prof. Mohale, he always leaves me feeling like I'm being touched on my studio. Like, yay, okay, am I doing enough in my role? Am I pushing the envelope a little bit more? So Prof still has a few minutes with us. Do you have any questions for him? And we have roving mics. Any questions? We have a question up front. And just to get more voices in, let's get crisp.
Thank you so much. I apologize, I came a little bit late, but I loved. Thank you so much for your passion and for your belief. And as coaches and mentors, what do you think? We know what our role is, we think, but I'd love to hear from you in what you have just said about the sobering facts. How do we become healers of leaders?
Prof, do you want to take one question, or can I take 2 or 3 questions?
Maybe take 3 so that I can earn my title as a professor. I've got a pen, so I'm writing them down. I'm not just committing them to memory.
Fantastic. We've got another hand on this side. The mic is coming to you. And also just introduce yourself so we also know who is in the room, and this is the community we'll be dipping into. Over to you. Just double press. Yeah.
Good morning, Prof. Absolute pleasure and honor to be in your presence and with everybody else. I'm Ashi Singh, CEO and founder of Interbeing Leadership. My question is, you speak so profusely about access and affordability and inclusion through everything that you've said. But our profession is one that usually places a rand value to any of our sessions. How does one bypass this or solve for accessibility to the very needed coaching, mentorship, supervision, and even sponsorship that people require who are in the vast majority of our country? Thank you.
Thank you very much. And we have another hand. Okay, so we're going to take 4. Since you are a professor, 4 questions, and then we'll come back here. Over to you.
Hi, thank you, Prof, for a very sobering speech and talk. My question is, and this is a personal experience, I've reached out to, I think, 100 organizations to bring about the transformation that I believe I have the wisdom in. But I'm going to use this word, rejection, was overwhelming. Words like, this is not what we focus on right now. And my question to you is, how do we get involved, knowing that we have the knowledge and the wisdom? How do we step out and become the leaders that you are talking about? Thank you.
Thank you very much. So we'll stop there for this round. Over to you, Prof.
Memunyaka, you hear me right?
Yes, that's correct.
So I've written all 4 down. We start with the transformation one because it's almost the overarching one. Then how do you face rejection? So first is a myth that you can ask and invoke some form of morality from the people that have colonized, oppressed, and have been racists. You don't appeal to their moral conscience because nowhere in the world has people who are privileged ever voluntarily given up that privilege. Put differently, you see, the duration of oppression is always determined by the oppressed, never the oppressor. Therefore, when you get rejection, you should be excited and say, now I'm doing my job because I'm talking to the people who really need this transformation. Because to think that they'll roll the red carpet for you, you are setting yourself up for failure. So the data says, in our 32 years of democracy, there are only 3 nations, 3 peoples that have made obscene amount of money since our liberation, and those are the Jewish people, the Afrikaners, and the Muslim people. They've made more money now than they've ever done during the 48 years of institutionalized apartheid, 98 years of separate development, 400 years of colonialism. In fact, I'm sure in their corridors they're saying, if we knew that freedom for Black people and women would be so good for us, damn, would have freed them much earlier. But the reason why transformation should matter to all of us, it's because in our conversations, we shouldn't just be talking about gender equality, gender parity, gender pay parity. We should be talking about gender justice as part of a bigger social justice project, for a simple reason that history is replete with examples that those companies that have women as their MD, CEOs, and presidents, and the same way that countries will have females as the head of state, those companies are more profitable, they make more money, they command higher multiples upon exit. They are the best companies to work for. Their employees feel needed and wanted. They feel free to speak their mind. But most importantly, the workplace, it's a place where they all collectively have more fun. Because you see, we are more productive when we are at our most creative. So transformation must be sponsored by people like me, males, because they are the ones who are around the table when women are expected to bring their own tables into the room. Because you see, when you put a smartphone in the hands of a woman, not only does the health, nutrition, and education of their own children improve, but of the entire society and community from which they come. I'm absolutely convinced that if women were heads of state, the world will be a much more peaceful place. In fact, COVID-19 demonstrated that of the 198 countries infected and affected by the COVID, 8 of them dealt better with this pandemic than all others put together. And all 8 of them had women as the head of state, including New Zealand with its 5 million people, Germany's Angela Merkel at that time, and the Nordic and Scandinavian countries, give or take one country. So number 3, it's how forced to be reckoned with. So first, as men, we need to accept that there's nothing wrong with women. There's everything wrong with us men, because we are the ones that need to bring down the concrete ceiling, not just the glass ceiling, because it might be easier to break. We should be the ones that not only invite women in, but that set them up for success. If I had time, I would give you examples that every single solitary one of the businesses where Bonang Mohali has been finally accountable, I've always left other Black people, and most of them are women. I say that without any fear of contradiction or retribution. But men must set up women for success, because nobody is born a managing director, CEO, or a president. All of us, we had somebody believe in us, gave us our first chance, and on our 7th, we then said, oh, I'm an MD, I can be world class. Everything, when you do it for the first time, it's like riding a bicycle. When you ride for the first time, you think you're going to fall, break your neck, and die. On the 7th attempt, you ride it and you leave the handlebars and you soar like an eagle in perfect balance. I think we need to be creating opportunities for more women to be managing directors, CEOs, and presidents, because men on their own say, no, there are no competent women. We don't know where to find women. I find 2 things work. 1, don't bring one woman and wait 5 years, because they'll be lonely. They are not supported. They are not seen. They are not heard. They are not loved. But bring 8 in one go and give them a budget to run their own women program, women empowerment program. They must bring their own speakers. They must talk to other women about how they made it. Because if you can't see it, you can't be it. The role models can't just be men who have done a bloody, lousy job of leading the world up until now. And we are more prone to be thieves than anything else. The second one is actually seeing the issue of access and rents. You see, not everything that matters can be measured. The president of COMENSA, when he opened, he said, the Chinese planned for a long time. Let me underscore that to say They plan not like Americans for every quarter, but for 50 years and 100 years. Look at South Africa and the automotive industry. It is being decimated by Chinese cars and Indian cars. One, because these cars have been developed and made and manufactured 20 years ago. For 10 years, China had a plan to dominate the automotive industry. Today, nobody in the world can compete with the Chinese in the manufacture of electric vehicles and the batteries that power them. The world is still talking about, no, we must create infrastructure where you can drive from Joburg to Durban and have charging stations. The Chinese are already working on the technology to say, like a cell phone, you used to buy a cell phone and a spare battery. They are creating an infrastructure where you come in with your car, you don't charge. You take out the old battery, put in a new one. A Cherry today gives you a distance of 1,400 kilometers. That's Joburg to Durban and back without having to recharge. And they've done it because with the singularity of purpose, attention to detail, they were working two shifts. They positioned themselves as the cheap labor. That was 50 years ago. Nobody in the US of A, 300 million of them, know how to manufacture sneakers or an iPhone. All those skills are in China, in South Korea, and Indonesia. No American knows how to make those. But they used to run 8 to 5 on American machines, American companies, American IP. At 5 o'clock, another team comes in with the same machinery and equipment. They make cars for their local consumption. Build your dreams, Omoda, Beijing, Jetwa. You know, today, you buy a 2 million rand car in South Africa from mostly the Germans. The Chinese give you the same car with the same features, if not more, for 800,000 rands. In fact, when you want to buy a second-hand BMW 3 Series, it will cost you 350,000 rand. Second-hand, you don't know who owned it, whether it fell off a cliff, whether they smoked inside or not. But the Chinese will give you a brand new Haval, untouched by any human hand, for 350,000. We ain't seen nothing yet. The first one is the role of coaches. How can we be healers of leaders? Let me close that one by saying, you see, Jethro, I'm a good Catholic boy. Jethro was an advisor to his son-in-law, Moses. And he says to him, go and find yourself, because the Bible is quite sexist. Men of wholesomeness that fear ill-gotten gain and make them leaders of tens of hundreds and thousands. All of us need coaches, mentors, supervisors, and sponsors. In fact, isn't it amazing that it's the top sports people, professionals, who pay somebody else to say, watch how I'm playing, I'm hitting this golf ball so that I stay on top or I get better today compared to yesterday and still have room to get better tomorrow. That's not called perfection, called excellence, because perfection is an absolute standard. Let me end by saying it's amazing that those teachers that have high expectations of their pupils always do well. Kelebo.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Prof. I wish we had longer time with you, always, sipping from the seat of the elder. So I'm going to pass over to our president to give thanks on behalf of all of us before we move into our next slot.
Still connected? How do we... Re o leboha jwang ntate? How do we thank you for this wisdom?
By inviting me to the next 20 years, I'll come in person.
Perfect. Perfect. Absolutely, Ntate. I'm sure the members here, they've heard you. This is not a textbook wisdom. This is a lived wisdom you have shared with us. We are grateful for you that even when crisis stood in front of you, you still had a belief that South Africa can be changed, that the continent of Africa can be changed. We thank you, sir. O re lebohela ho ba kwena. Thank you.
Thank you very much, colleagues. We have 2 minutes. We are doing so well on time. I am super impressed by us. You can stand and stretch if you need to shake off some of that dust, on a sugar donut. While we tee up Dr. Sunny, our founding president of COMENSA, you now have a minute to just shake off, shake off, shake off, shake off. And we are going to get Dr. Sunny to get teed up. And our president is going to introduce Dr. Sunny.
I'll call her my president. Dr. Sunny, can you hear me?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
I have an honor and a privilege of introducing you. I am truly humbled by this opportunity of introducing you. COMENSA was born in 2006. Under your leadership, you steered it forward, you guided the process to where you see it today. We have had a number of engagements with yourselves leading up to this occasion. The glow on your face, your expressions of gratitude and appreciation. Ladies and gentlemen, let me tell you, if there's one person I have seen with an appreciation of what is unfolding now, is Dr. Sonny. Together with the co-founders of this organization, you have paved the way you see COMENSA today. You must see when we talked to her, when we discussed this vision 2046 of including the rest of the continent. She was already there in the rest of the continent even before. So we are leading the path of the people that has come before us. Over to you. The people are here, they're waiting for you to share this journey, to share this seed and how it has evolved. Over to you, where you'll be sharing evolution of COMENSA and transformation of coaching. Ladies and gentlemen, I welcome Dr. Sonny Stott Rostro. Thank you.
Thank you, President Mohau. Thank you so much. I'm so thrilled to be here and to be with you here today on these 2 days of celebration of 20 years of COMENSA, which I can hardly believe. And it's because of you. It's because of the members. And I wanted to tell you a little bit about how COMENSA began. I thought you might find it fun and interesting. And then I'll talk a little bit about really the 5 current trends of coaching and mentoring. So we're going to talk about where coaching is now, education is now, AI has come into the picture, and we also have a big picture with mentoring, and we also are looking at the future and where we're going. But the first thing I want to tell you is that COMENSA started with coffee. I think that's the first thing to understand, is coffee was an core underpinning of the starting of COMENSA. And I always say that I started my career as an executive coach with coffee, because I started coaching the team leaders and CEOs that I was working with. I didn't know I was coaching them at the time because it was in the late 90s and it was new then. And I was having conversations with them after our workshops, and they went away with 6-figure salaries. So I decided I needed to go back and get some more psychology so I could find out what I was doing that was helping them to go away with 6-figure salaries, then 7. So coffee, collaboration, working with other people, a passion for what you think is needed and for what you love, and a vision of how to get there. Those are the 4 ingredients. That's the recipe that we worked with, the group of people that we started rolling the ball through the country to find out, what did coaches, mentors, consultants, practitioners, HR practitioners, leaders, what did they want in terms of coaching and mentoring? And so we traveled for 4 years around the country from 2002 to 2006. The beginning of COMENSA had a long beginning because we wanted to do it right. We wanted it to work. We wanted to find out who wanted what, how could we involve them. And there was a real debate about mentoring, because mentoring is very important in the African context. So mentoring had to become an equal with coaching in terms of how we ran and facilitated and grew our professional body. So in the late 90s and the early 2000s, it was a very, very exciting time worldwide. What was happening was there was a pulse, there was a heartbeat, there was a sea change happening in how people were being developed, how people were being guided, how people were being allowed to start thinking for themselves, to think independently for themselves, to take part in the strategic vision of companies. Something was changing, and what it was coaching and mentoring. And you know, you couldn't even say the word coaching before Mandela was elected, and people thought it was sports coaching. So it also had a very slow start. So in South Africa, we stepped into that heartbeat, and that was exciting, because in those years, 2002 to 2006, the other movement was something called the Global Coaching Convention, which we were a part of. And that was all the people around the world who were involved in anything to do with coaching and mentoring came together, first in New York, then in Oxford, and then in different cities throughout the years to set up what we hoped was a collaboration between all the professional bodies and the academic institutions and practitioner institutions. So the basis of COMENSA was very much a South African basis, and something that we, as South Africans, brought into the world: equality, democracy, collaboration. Everyone has a voice. And that was the initial beginning of COMENSA. And we ran workshops around the country. A number of us started it in Cape Town, and then we started to build the body of people who were involved. We traveled to Durban and Johannesburg and PE, and obviously Cape Town, where I was based and some of my colleagues were based, for 4 years, putting together the Constitution, understanding the needs that people had, looking at all our strategies, being the first to develop a supervision policy for coaches in the world. We were the first. And in fact, the other professional bodies mentored us and were also delighted with us because we began to lead the way differently from how they were leading. And so that is our history. And so it's a privilege to me today to speak here with you because you're the members and you're the most important people here. I want to say thank you very much to Professor Bonang for a very thoughtful and very inspiring talk. Thank you very much. Coaching, mentoring, and leadership go together. They don't exist in a vacuum. They're shaped by context, by history, by inequality, by equality, by innovation, by resilience, by aspiration. And in South Africa, all these exist. And across much of the sub-Saharan, other African countries. And coaches, mentors, leaders, practitioners, we all operate in very complex environments today with deep, deep complexity, and it's getting harder and harder for the leaders to be able to manage it. So coaching and mentoring has never been more needed than it is today. And it works hand in glove, hand in hand with the other helping professions. We all have something to offer. So one of the really important things is that I think there are 5 trends. I think there's what's happening with executive and leadership coaching in the world in all the different types of coaching, as well as what's happening with coach education. Also, what we're looking at is this professionalization of coach and mentor education. We're also looking, and Nikki Terreblanche is going to speak to this after we have our break, to the AI-enabled coaching that has come into our field, and also about this tension between AI coaches and human coaches and how we need to work together. And then I also want to talk to mentoring. Just a few comments on mentoring. Very, very important because mentoring and coaching have come a long way from where we were in the 1990s. So I want to speak a little bit to these trends, and they invite us to ask not only what's changing, but how do we choose to engage with change? And I think Nikki will probably talk to us about that. How do we engage with this new sea change on the block? We have another new wave with coaching now that is completely changing the landscape, but is also integrating in our landscape. So these trends invite us to choose how we're going to engage going forward. And I know a lot of you probably every day notice that there's some new technological change with your phone or your software for your computer, whatever it might be, the computer in your car. Technology is very much a driver of society and the world today. But our society can't do without people. And that's who we are. That's what we bring. We bring the human touch into coaching and mentoring. So executive and leadership coaching was very, very exclusive to start with. And what's changed, and actually South Africa contributed a lot to the change, starting to bring in coaching for first the top 3 tiers in organizations, and then starting to look at mentoring both for senior leadership as well as mentoring for levels below the C levels. And executive leadership coaching has significantly changed. Organizations now are using coaching and mentoring proactively. They're not just using it as something they've got to find a little bit of a budget for. And those of you who try to figure out how to quote for your coaching understand what that means. And that's because coaching supports succession planning, leadership transition, retention of talent, development of leaders who can navigate the complexity, the intensity, and the sustained pressure and stress of the work environment, which is where we actually very often help our clients significantly. Another significant change is in what coaching focuses on. Organizations and institutions always focused on performance. and something remedial. So many coaches have said to me, why is it that so many leaders talk about fix this executive, fix this member of my team? We don't fix people. We help them to think. We help them to take part in the building of the vision and the strategy of the organizations and institutions they work in, if they can. And if they don't, those people will leave and go find somewhere else where they can. So what's important is the shift has occurred in that coaching today places far greater focus and time and emphasis on developing the whole leader, the whole person, their emotional intelligence, their deepening their self-awareness, understanding how to build resilience, how to work with their own values, the values of the organization, and ethical judgment. And the other new baby on the block is ethics, and it's coming to get you. And the reason I say that is if you aren't really clear on your ethics in coaching and mentoring, you can get into trouble. You need to have a watertight contract with your clients. You need to know what are the ethical codes in your professional body. You need to understand the ethical questions that can be asked of you, that you will ask of the client. And very often, the clients we work with, they're kingmakers, their line managers, their bosses, their chefs want to work with us and find out information about the people we're coaching and mentoring. And we don't do that. What we do is we bring them into a meeting to share the overarching objectives and what they've achieved and what they haven't achieved. We don't share our conversations. That's very important to the safety and the autonomy of the person that we're working with. So organizations are beginning to learn that that leadership competence leadership doesn't just depend on competence, but on psychological steadiness and relational capability. And that's what we bring in terms of the work we do with people. So executive coaching is in the mainstream now in terms of research, in terms of method. Digital tools have enabled us to break geographical barriers, enabling organizations to scale their coaching and their mentoring and keep the quality and the consistency. And in terms of local resonance in South Africa, across sub-Saharan Africa, leadership coaching is now used, and all coaching, whatever level it works at in an institution, an educational institution, in a business, in an organization, in a family, wherever it's working, it's about capacity building for complexity in the world today. And that is so important for you to understand what you bring in terms of safety to help your clients understand the complexity they're dealing with and to be able to manage it. And that's where you walk alongside them. So coaches and mentors work in contexts today, and they work in contexts that hold strategic outcomes and profit as the main driver. But on the other hand, alongside of that, organizations, institutions cannot work if they don't have people, and if they don't have the right people with the right skills and with the right ability and capacity to bring to the job. And these are deep human concerns for people: employment, equity, well-being, sustainability. How am I doing? So you're working with that person inside of themselves, helping them understand their journey. And their journey will be underpinned by many things: their values, their spiritual journey, their experience, their education, what the assumptions they have about themselves. That's where you're working. And so that's why it's important that we professionalize coaching and mentoring. And that's really what has now come a long, long way. We started out in South Africa in terms of education, and that's really what I want to look at now, because we're looking at the whole person now. We're not just looking at who are they at work. We're looking at who they bring into work from home. And this shift to the whole leader is about emotional intelligence and resilience and ethical judgment, the ability, particularly in Africa, to lead across difference. So professionalization, we have built professionalization from the ground up in South Africa, and COMENSA has been a very big part of that picture. Our path in South Africa started with really not very many coaches. There were some, they've been trained elsewhere. Some practitioner programs were here in those early 2000s. But as we went into 2006 and launched COMENSA, and we were so privileged. We were mentored by the EMCC, David Lane, Lise Lewis, the Australian Standards Group, Michael Kavanagh, the Worldwide Association of Business Coaches, Wendy Johnson, the ICF, and everyone who was on board then, the YCF, the ICF. And there's a clear trend now towards professionalization and formalization, but we're looking at how do we do it without being legislated to the hilt? How can we still manage to do some of that ourselves? So now we have got certification programs and university-driven programs and professional curricula that integrates psychology, that integrates adult learning theory, organizational development, systems thinking, coaching processes and models. I've been involved in the development of many of these programs in South Africa and overseas. I'm a founding fellow with the Institute of Coaching at Harvard. And one of the pieces of work we started with the Global Coaching Convention was the founding of that institute, but also working with all the countries in terms of their curricula in their educational programs. And that was where we started with the Global Coaching Convention. So on the part of coaching, it's very important that we understand the depth, the maturity, and the strong ethical grounding that is needed on your part as coaches and mentors, because you're dealing with a lot of people's very difficult hurdles and issues that they've got. So it's also very important that if you do work in education or you work in business, you understand the underpinnings of those particular arenas. So I'm just going to say a couple words. I know Nikki's going to stand up and talk to us, so I'm just going to say a couple words on AI because we can't talk about coaching and mentoring today without discussing AI and digital enabled tools for coaches and mentors. There's a lot of gossip. There's a lot of panic on the block. Everybody I talk to is taking some kind of AI course, whether it's in coding or whatever it might be, because they want to understand it at a deeper level and to be able to work with it. So alongside the rapid rise of digital and AI-enabled tools, the rise of the questions keep coming. And there are particularly important questions, not only about the innovation and how we work with it, but about access. And Professor Bonang spoke to that, about scale. How do we scale? Well, we can't scale individually as fast as we can scale with AI. And equity and equality. And how do we bring in people who don't have access to the money for being able to use these coach-enabled tools? So in practice, AI-enabled coaching tools have helped us already in addressing some very, very key local challenges. For example, to provide structured development programs that can be scaled across organizations to support emerging leaders and workers in education. And I mean, practically every child in school now has an Apple iPad. So in education, AI-supported reflection tools are also really, really useful for coaches, helping with reflection and goal setting and values clarification. But at the same time, AI coaches are not a replacement for human beings, but they are something else, and they bring something else. And they are an augmentation tool. And it is important to understand that reflection and insight and continuity is important, but we don't want to replace the humanity that a human being brings. So AI supports many things. I'm not going to go too much into it because Nikki will, because AI supports and tracks things we can't do individually in our face-to-face conversations or even in our team coaching sessions. What human coaches enable is deep self-awareness work, emotional processing and sense-making, values-based and ethical-based decision-making, complex relational and political dynamics, trust-based conversations in high-stakes and contexts. But AI can still support development in a big way, but human presence is non-negotiable at the end of the day. The most credible and forward-looking view I find for what we're working with now is it's not either or, it's both and. And while human coaches remain central to transformational change, and we need that in Africa as much as it's needed in many other continents. I won't talk about what's needed in the country that I was born in. Having lived 28 years in South Africa, I count myself as a virtual South African. But a really important thing is it's an ecosystem now. It's an ecosystem we need to integrate. So I want to look, my second to last point is on, I'm just checking my time, is on mentoring. I want to ask, and I can see you, I want to ask this question. I think we stand on the shoulders of our mentors, our teachers, our parents, our spiritual guides, our guides in whatever path we've taken, education, faith, whatever it might be, in our family life, in our personal life, in our social life. How many of you feel like you have had good backing from mentors? Would you raise your arms? Would you raise your hands? If you feel, and please do, I can see that you are raising your hands. Those parents, those teachers, those friends, those colleagues, those bosses that we've had, they've been our mentors. And we can't live without them. Every single person should have at least 12 mentors in their career, at least 12. So you need to start counting how many you had. At least 12 are needed for you to be able to move with the development you need in your careers. So mentoring has long held cultural significance across African societies, where learning is traditionally relational, intergenerational, and thank goodness we honor the elder citizens in Africa, and also story-based, narrative-based. And this is important as complexity grows in our world and leaves many people behind. And coaching and mentoring can help pull them forward. There are structured mentored programs now that we didn't have 20 years ago for peer learning, reverse mentoring. Sometimes now executives are being coached by somebody or mentored by somebody who's 25 years younger than them because they've got the technical skill, the technological skill they don't have. But we don't want to lose our mentors in any way. We want to continue to develop them, and that is happening. Looking ahead, AI is playing a significant role in mentoring the structure as well, supporting the development and the reflection that mentors bring. And at the same time, human mentors remain vital because they bring wisdom, lived experience, and contextual insight. A mentor should always be available to you in your organization or your institution where you work, in your faith group, in your family life, in your personal life. So in conclusion, these slides are going to be available to you, and I can even make, I haven't touched on the majority of the things that I have written on these points. I'm very happy for you also to have a copy of my notes, which talk in a little bit more deeply. But the future we're building is the future of coaching and mentoring. It's not a contest between technology, artificial intelligence, and human intelligence. It's all about understanding what technology can do, where it belongs, and where human presence remains irreplaceable. So as we, in our 20-year celebration, celebrate COMENSA and its contribution to coaching and mentoring, which is huge, in South Africa, and also we've worked with Kenya, with Sierra Leone, with Zimbabwe to help them with developing their professional bodies. Very important that it's about innovation, it's about relationship, but we need to remember we have neighbors who are doing the journey that we're doing with COMENSA, and we need to work with them. We need to contribute to their journey as well. We need to ensure we all develop together. I feel very strongly about that. So while global collaboration with coaching and mentoring bodies international remains also a big thing we must do, we must stay connected and learn from them. We also carry, I think, a responsibility to build strong and very purposeful relationships across sub-Saharan Africa, maybe even Arab Africa. And I'd like to think that this is really one of our next big steps as a community. Building relationships with other professional bodies on our continent and going forward. I wish you a wonderful conference and thank you for listening to me today.
Someone who is burning with a question for our founding president, just one.
I'm Teresa Vivian Muila, a board member and also the chairperson of the Audit, Risk and Finance Committee. My question is, what legacy do you hope COMENSA can build for future mentors and coaches?
Thank you very much. We'll take the next one. A short question. Over to you. It's many hands. I need to be fair because Prof. Terry Blanche is coming up next and we want to make sure we're in time. Short and sharp, we'll come to you. You sure? Okay.
Thank you very much. Dr. Sani, you're a heavyweight in coaching research. And Prof. Mohale spoke earlier about transformation. In your research, how can AI-enabled coaching or mentoring either accelerate or accidentally undermine transformation agendas in an unequal society like ours? What should we watch for? Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. So I'm actually going to ask Dr. Sani to respond so we can get the closing remarks from the president and move to the next slot. Back to you, Dr. Sani.
Thank you. I'm going to try and be as short and sharp as you were. First of all, in terms of the, can I talk? Sorry.
Yes, please go ahead.
Okay. First of all, in terms of legacy, I hear there's an echo. In terms of legacy, I would say collaboration. That's what South Africa brings to the world, is how to collaborate, how to negotiate, how to work together, and how to do it with equality and ethically. And that's the legacy I think we need to bring, is that. And so it's really collaboration and innovation to continue to innovate and bring new ideas to the world of coaching and mentoring. And we do that through our students, through our research, and I just was speaking to David Lane 2 days ago, who was one of the founding members of the EMCC. He's one of my mentors. And we've been talking about how do we make sure that we get practitioner coaches to contribute their research. So that's some work we're going to be doing. So you'll be hearing from us about that, to make sure it's not just academic, but it's practice related as well. But we've got to collaborate across Africa, across South Africa, and across the world with the other professional bodies. It's very important. And so in terms of legacy, I would say that. And what do we need to watch for in terms of AI? Well, I think Nikki's probably going to talk quite a lot to that in terms of, because it is accelerating, it will continue to accelerate. It is something new in our ecosystem of work today. And I think it comes down to ethics. I think it comes down to ethical questions, and we're talking to that at our panel this afternoon. What are all the questions ethically we need to be asking ourselves as human coaches and mentors to help us bring up those who aren't equal in terms of opportunities that they have for jobs, for coaching, for mentoring, etc. There's much inequality in this country. And I have to tell you, there's much inequality in every country. And every country is struggling with this. South Africa has its own unique history, but I think it's an ethics question. And so what we need to watch for is how are we developing ethically to include everyone we possibly can with equality. And I think that's what I think, and I'll say more about it in the panel this afternoon. I hope I have started to answer your question, but I also want to make sure research can be provided not just by academics, but by practitioners as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Sunny. President Mohawe is going to give thanks. Prof. Terra Blanche for the next slot.
I've had a number of engagements with you, collaboration, collaboration, and collaboration. You've included integration, and I guess it includes inclusivity in it. And we can't do it alone. We definitely cannot do it alone. Every single word or discussions I've had with you have also included the African continent. Can you believe it that COMENSA in 2019, and as I also maybe would be welcoming you, Professor Blanche, 2019, COMENSA invested money in a research driven by Professor Blanche, Jack Mybeck, our very own, and that also included Professor Jonathan Passmore. And I have it here, you can Google it. The state of play in coaching in Africa. Here it is. COMENSA invested on it. There is a full research done by Professor Blanche. It's on Google. So the agenda, the African agenda you're talking about, it was already there. When I mentioned to you the coaches in the African continent, in fact, you ran ahead of me and you mentioned people from Sierra Leone to Zimbabwe to everywhere, to Ghana. You were mentioning them by name, the people that I already knew. So this agenda, I want to declare in front of you that it was never our agenda. It is an agenda that of our predecessors. This transformation agenda was the transformation agenda of our predecessors. Andre is here. Those who know Pranesh Anandlal, he also had a lot of sessions on the future of coaching in the African continent. I thank you. I thank you, Dr. Soni. We want to do you as predecessors proud. And I'm sure the members would like to see COMENSA going even broader and become a continental organization like EMCC. I thank you.
Bye, everybody. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sunny. We are swiftly moving to the next slot with Professor Nikki Terra-Blanche from the Stellenbosch University Business School. And Prof. Terra-Blanche is no stranger to the world of coaching, and I'm delighted to introduce him.
Thank you very much. Can I just move my slides up? There we go. It's a delight to be here today. I do many of these talks about AI and coaching all over the world, and this is my first time in South Africa that I'm speaking in front of an audience of coaches. It's highly overdue. So thank you for inviting me and for your openness. Of course, I hope I'm not going to scare you all away with what I'm going to say about AI, but maybe just a brief introduction about me. I'm actually an electronic and software engineer that worked in the IT industry for many years before I became a coach. So I come from a deep understanding of software and AI. My master's in engineering was in AI, and then eventually I moved all the way over to coaching. So I want to give you a whirlwind tour today of artificial intelligence and how it'll impact us as coaches potentially, but also on the African continent. And you'll hear that I use my language very selectively because as an academic and a researcher, I'm currently a professor at Stellenbosch University, We don't make absolute statements. Unless you can prove something with empirical research, you don't have an opinion. So I have a straitjacket on. I want to ask you this question. How many of you think of AI coaching chatbots, so a chatbot that can replace you as a human coach and can coach someone on WhatsApp? You have two choices. How many of you are very excited about it, and how many think it's a very bad idea? So the first one, who are very excited about the idea of AI coaching chatbots? Okay, and how many think it's a very bad idea? I won't judge you, it's fine. The point is, AI is everywhere. You cannot open a news website or a TV without hearing about artificial intelligence. It's going to replace us. There are robot dogs with guns on their backs that are shooting people all over the place. Doom and gloom, the singularity, it's coming. And it's difficult to make sense of AI. So in the first part of my talk today, I want to share with you what AI is and what we actually know about it and how much is hype. One thing you have to always understand is the people that are punting AI are the tech bros in California who want to make a lot of money out of this, right? So we have to always be very skeptical and suspicious, but at the same time, it's very powerful. And if we use it correctly, it can be very transformational. Of course, AI is not new. When I dug into this a little bit, so by the way, I've been doing serious research in coaching since 2015. And the last 6 years of that has been spent on AI coaching research specifically. So I'm really dug into it. When I looked into the history of AI, I found this. So this is a device from the late 1700s. It's a chess-playing mannequin that was called a mechanical Turk. So it's a device dressed as an Ottoman gentleman, and it could move chess pieces around on the chessboard. It traveled all over Europe and America, and it beat Napoleon, apparently, and Benjamin Franklin. But of course, it was just smoke and mirrors because there was a human sitting downstairs there pulling the levers. And why I show you that is because similar things are happening with AI at the moment. There is a bit of smoke and mirrors going on, and we have to educate ourselves and be sure that we can see through the mist. So just keep this picture in mind as you go along. I make sense of it through something called the Gartner Hype Cycle. So Gartner is a technology analysis agency or company, and for all kinds of technology, they have this curve. It basically gives you a trigger of innovation, new technology, and as time passes, it moves up to the peak of inflated expectation. Then as more time passes, it drops into the trough of disillusionment where we are so disappointed because the thing was completely hyped, and eventually it becomes a plateau of productivity. I've highlighted 3 things there for you. So artificial general intelligence to the left, that is intelligence that is as intelligent as us. In other words, it could replace me standing here, it could replace you. You'll see there that it's more than 10 years away. Some people say more than a lifetime away. Some people say in our lifetime we will not see AI that is as intelligent as us. Yet you go to YouTube and some people are saying within a year or 2, AI will be as clever as us. Gartner says it's not the case. I also circle generative AI. Generative artificial intelligence is ChatGPT, Gemini, it's large language models, is this thing that took us by storm in November 2022 when ChatGPT was launched. That really put the cat loose among the pigeons. And then autonomous vehicles, Elon Musk said famously that in 2017 we will have autonomous vehicles all over the place. I haven't seen one in Joburg, and good luck navigating the potholes and taxis. I'm not sure if that's even possible. So if you look at 2025, it's moved slightly, but we're still a far long from general AI that's as clever as us, and we will still be disappointed. I mean, I used ChatGPT the other day. I have a solar installation at home, and the battery wasn't charging. I took photos of the configuration screen, and ChatGPT said very confidently, I know exactly what's wrong. You've got the wrong setting here and there. I was like, wow, okay. I went to change the settings, reboot the system. Half an hour later, I was smelling chemicals. I was burning my expensive batteries because ChatGPT stuffed it up. So we will still be disappointed. In certain cases, AI is incredible. In other cases, it's fairly clueless. So what does it mean for coaching? This is one of my favorite articles, and it's amazing that it's been 20 years. You know, 20 years ago, I didn't know coaching existed. I was very much in engineering at the time. But there was an article written in 2004. It's called The Wild West of Coaching. And by the way, I generated that picture using a cheap AI. Can you see the flaw in the horse? Right? And that's what happens if you use AI incorrectly, right? So The Wild West of Coaching was an article that was written in the Harvard Business Review by Sherman and Frias, and it basically said, be careful, there are people walking around calling themselves executive coaches, charging an arm and a leg, and they are causing damage. And that is the early days of coaching for those of you that have been there. Thank goodness we are talking about professionalization and regulation. I think it's crucial. But from a research perspective, Anthony Grant, the late, great Anthony Grant, he was a huge role model and mentor for me from Sydney, Australia, looked into how much scientific evidence was there for coaching from 1937 up to 2004. And he found 131 peer-reviewed journal articles, of which only 56 were empirical. And he said most of them were extremely poor. He probably used another word knowing Anthony, but you get the gist. Fast forward, in 2005 alone, I did a quick search over articles. So we have matured incredibly as a profession based by science and research. Not saying, I've tried this technique with my client and it's amazing, it works. I'm going to keep trying it. Where's the empirical evidence? Where's the science? We have to become more serious about the science and evidence base. Now, this is the picture for AI coaching. In the history of artificial intelligence coaching, I could find more or less 136 published articles since 2015. I was one of the first people to publish in this space. In other words, we know very little about AI coaching. It's very new. And therefore, I have dedicated my life as a researcher to do research and understand exactly what AI coaching can and cannot do. So what can AI do for us? I've done this very basic breakdown where I say AI can be used to emulate human coaches. I used to use the word replace, and then I wouldn't leave this session alive if I say replace coach. So I use the word emulate. But I do mean replace. I believe there's a certain subsection of AI coaches, I'm busy developing those, that can replace aspects of what a human coach do. Remember, general artificial intelligence is a lifetime away or very far away. So there's no AI currently that can replace you completely. But if we're clever about how we use AI, we can do parts of what human coaches do. And I think for the African continent, this is incredible. And I'll talk about it later, that you get AI that can partially replace some of what we do. AI can be used to make better coaches or to help you as a coach. Imagine you have a chatbot that can do the intake of a new client, right? It can do the assessment, it can give feedback to the client. In between your coaching sessions, the AI can check in with your client, ask them, what do you remember from your session? What was your agreement with your coach? And let me help you reflect, like in ChatGPT style, but more curated, right? When coaching ends, the AI can continue the conversation for months at a very low cost. You can extend your reach as a human coach by using AI. In fact, there's something called triadic coaching, which is one of my German colleagues who are busy working on that, where in a session live, it's you, the client, and an AI. You ask the client a question, they respond, the AI listens to the response and tells the coach what they think should be asked next. A three-way conversation. Isn't that fascinating? Not everyone's cup of tea, but imagine if you're a junior coach, how this could maybe assist them. AI can help make us better coaches through training and supervision. So at Stellenbosch University, we have a master's degree, an MPhil in leadership coaching, which has been running since 2010. We've graduated 400 or 500 students. And we use a tool called Ovida, which is essentially where you record a coaching session. The AI will analyze your coaching session and score you on different metrics. How often did you interrupt the client? How many stacked questions did you ask? It can even detect, so far, ICF competencies. The 10 or 11 competencies like COMENSA, and give you examples and rate you. It's increased the quality of our coaching tremendously. The supervisors also feel that we're speeding up things. So we're using AI actively in our master's coaching training program to help create better coaches. And then I think AI can also help to analyze data. I'm working on a fascinating topic. I have the privilege of supervising master's and PhD students. This year I have a master's student, an ex-engineer. I love the engineers, because they can think analytically. And we have a whole corpus of coaching conversations, coach and client. And we're going to use something called topic modeling. People in the industrial psychology might be familiar with this. We will use AI to analyze the conversation between human and client, to understand what patterns, what can we learn from this. Because do we really know what happens inside a coaching conversation? It's confidential, right? But if you anonymize it and you can use AI to analyze patterns, we could gain fascinating insights into what it can do. My research is focused on creating chatbots that can emulate, I almost said replace, that can emulate human coaches for a specific reason, which I'll tell you now. I also just have to mention that through my research, we have created a commercial offering. Coach Vici is a chatbot that I've been building over years, and we currently have, and this is not just the other companies as well, but we have a CBT-based chatbot that can help take organizational strategy, link it to people's KPIs, and coach everyone in the organization on WhatsApp to disseminate the strategy. Imagine that. Imagine the reach of that. We've also built assessment chatbots, so if you do any kind of assessment, the chatbot can take the assessment, give feedback, and coach people through working on the low-scoring aspects of any of their assessments. How powerful is that? And again, how can you scale that? And then content bot, where in organizations, people want to know the specific HR policy, things that you can't Google necessarily, and in a chat conversation. So this is something that we're currently offering. So does AI coaching work? I did this landmark study with colleagues listed there. It's a paper that is published. If you can't fall asleep at night, please read some of my research papers. It's better than counting sheep, and you might actually learn something. But we did this study over 10 months where we showed that for goal attainment, an AI chatbot coach was as effective as the end, as you can see from the two top curves there, as a human coach. This was really the start of serious interest in AI coaching, the paper that we published, and it's relative to a control group. But then we repeated a similar study with Professor Eric de Haan from Ashridge in the UK, and we found if you use an AI chatbot over 1 month compared to a human coach, it didn't work. The human coach outperformed the AI coach. I'm not going to go into the technical detail. But the session was too short. The experiment, I think, also was flawed because the people that were given the AI coach knew that the other people in the group were given a human coach, and we call it the nocebo effect. So my point here is that there's a lot of research we still have to do to understand exactly where AI works and where it doesn't work, but we have evidence that it can be very powerful. So what about AI in Africa? When I put the slide up in my international travels, especially, I'm not going to mention specific countries, but I always, where is this country? So I hope someone in this audience can tell me what country that is. Anyone? Malawi, yes, I hear Malawi, yes. At least you knew that Africa was not one country. I rest my case. Malawi has a population of about 20 million people, right? Guess how many psychiatrists are there? Any wild guess? 10. 5. This is the best, latest information I could find. For a population of 20 million. This talks to the challenges we face in Africa. Africa as a continent has about 1.4 billion people. How many coaches are there that's ICF and COMENSA accredited, or members? I hope this figure is correct, but if I count them together, it's not more than 3,000. Now, can you see how it's an almost impossible task for us humans alone to bring coaching to the world? And that is why I ruffle feathers when I say I create AI chatbot coaches that can coach on their own without humans. Not to replace humans, but to give a piece of coaching to 1.4 billion people. Imagine if we roll this out into the continent. We all know how powerful coaching is, but it's out of reach for many people, even in organizations. So imagine, we heard earlier today, unemployment. We're the highest unemployment in the world. Imagine if we give an AI coach that can just help people with goal setting and reflective practice. And that's really good at that. Imagine how we can change this continent. And that is why I'm very, very excited about the potential role for AI in this continent. One of my students did a study last year with SMEs, small and medium enterprises, where he did a training course, and then we gave them the AI coaching chatbot to embed and support the training ongoing. And we had phenomenal results, because training sometimes is in the one ear and out the other ear. But there are some challenges. What are some of the challenges of AI in coaching? I think Sunny mentioned some of this. The 4 main ones would be access. It's still very difficult for people, the cost of data in this country. And that is why, for example, we build chatbots that it's not an app, it runs on WhatsApp, right? Because everyone has WhatsApp, it's in your pocket, it's low data usage. But we have to make a plan, and this is where governments and governments have to play a role to at least bring internet. It's the highways, it's the railways in terms of data and information infrastructure. Language is a big challenge. Remember what an LLM is, a large language model in which ChatGPT and such are built. It's something that's been trained on billions of examples of text. That's all it really is. And it's a clever way of knowing what sentence to put before another one. There's a bit more to it. Now, if you think about this, the billions of examples of text on the internet, how much of that comes from the African continent? Probably a fraction. So the large language models we are using, the ChatGPTs, the Geminis, and the chatbot coaches that are built on top of them are basically based on the global north, on America and English-speaking countries. It's getting better, but it's far from it. In that study that's listed there, that Boone Steenkamp, my master's student, he's currently a PhD student, about the SME training. One of the key themes that came out is some of the delegates said, this was a great chat, but when I started talking about how we do business, and this was specifically a group of Zulu delegates, how we do business in our culture, it couldn't help me. It was clueless because it didn't have the local context. So this is another thing where we need funding to create large language models that's specific to our continent and understands the cultural nuances. Then there's data privacy and trust in AI. I'm going to say something controversial, but I think it's a bit overhyped. We trust all of you earning 7-digit salaries, or you trust a bank, right, with your money. And every now and then there's a hack, but banks have figured out how to safeguard the most precious thing is our money. So we can overcome this. We must be careful of the media as well that overhype data breaches. I think it's trying to create sensation. There are holes, and you must be careful of it, but I think it's throwing out the baby with the bathwater by saying we should be careful of AI coaching because there could be breaches in data. Maybe I'm more of a pragmatic and engineer. I say there's more to be gained that could be lost. Shoot me for it. And then context, advice, not local reality, it ties to the second one. So there are some challenges, but none of these are not able to overcome. Just like we decided to put an AI coach on WhatsApp to overcome the data barriers. And in my previous life, I worked in IT, as I said, and I was very privileged enough to work with the rollout of mobile money in Uganda, Rwanda, through MTN, and you'll know of M-Pesa, incredible success factor. I remember going to Rwanda years ago. You could stick your ATM card in one ATM. It wasn't connected to any other ATM. It got the money from that specific bank. It's improved now, but mobile money allowed people to transact on their mobile phones by using airtime as currency. We leapfrogged first world countries in terms of that. I believe with AI and AI coaching, we can leapfrog countries in terms of giving more people access to AI than people in first world countries have at the moment, if we remain open-minded and if we get the support from the relevant bodies. Now I want to close off by showing you, so I'm like a kid in a candy store because I love research. And now there's this topic of AI and coaching. I've got master's and PhD students. So I wake up in the morning and thinking, I wonder what that would be like. And then I kick off a project. So I had these two questions that I was curious about. If I ask you, you all have your coaching models, right? Some use GROW, CBT, solution focus. If I ask you, which of your coaching approaches are more effective when you coach a client? What do you think? Is one coaching approach more effective than another coaching approach? Of course, you'll say yours is. We also have to market ourselves. The latest research shows that no, there is no difference. Irrespective of the coaching model that you use, the outcome is the same. There must be certain things like chemistry between coach and client and all of that. So I asked, is this also true for AI coaching? If I create 3 AI coaching chatbots, and in the one we program GROW, the other one solution focus, the other one CBT, and we give it to hundreds of people, will it have the same outcome? Now remember, in human coaching, this is a very difficult experiment to do. If I wanted to do this experiment, I would have to get 100 GROW coaches, 100 CBT coaches, and 100 solution-focused coaches. I have to control for variability, that they all coach more or less the same way, and coaches are like herding cats. We are such individualists. So good luck trying to do that. But with AI, and this is another advantage of AI coaching, we can simulate certain human coaching conditions very easily, test it, and get some outcomes. The second study, so you've all been told and taught that you should be non-directive in coaching, right? You shouldn't give advice. In mentoring, of course, we are directive, but in coaching, you should be non-directive. So I was curious about this. With AI coaching, do people want the coaching chatbot to keep asking them lots of questions, or do they like some advice? And the man who did the work is Andrew Brown. He's sitting there in the second row. He was my master's student. And he did the experiment. He created the 2 chatbots. And again, we had people to use it. And so I'm going to ask you, maybe, what do you think between directive and non-directive? What kind of coaching chatbot would people want? Everyone says directive, put up your hand. Non-directive. So we found in both studies the following. We found that people overwhelmingly preferred the CBT-based chatbot, which was a huge surprise to us because CBT is more intense, more in-depth, right? It's about distorted thinking. It's about thinking patterns. So we thought people would not like to engage like that. But out of 11 measures, people preferred the CBT-based chatbot by far over the GROW and the solution-focused chatbot. That means it challenges our current understanding of what happens in human coaching. We have evidence to say it's different. And then the directive coaching chatbot also won by quite a landslide. This was quite a shock to me. It was great because we can hopefully publish it in a high-ranking journal, but it was quite interesting to me to realize that people don't want to be asked lots of questions. They want a little bit of advice. And now how do we create that difference between the two? So here's my summary of this. Can we directly translate human coaching theory and practice to AI coaching, or do we need a new body of knowledge? I think the evidence shows that we need a new body of knowledge. I want to finish off then. So after about 6 years of AI coaching research, these are my insights. I believe AI can democratize and scale coaching, especially in Africa, from the reasons I've given you. I think it's incredibly powerful. I think AI can expand the need for human coaches, because if people get access to an AI coach and they start seeing the power of it, they will run into a dead end at some point where they need more, and you can step in as a human coach. So if millions of people use AI coaching, I think it can give you more clients at the end. AI could improve us as human coaches. I gave you the example. If you engage in AI, you can be more efficient. You can probably take on more clients. It can help you train. It can help supervise you. Very powerful. But some coaches should be concerned. If you are coaching according to the GROW model, I'm sorry, my chatbot can outperform you. So this means we have to keep educating ourselves. We have to keep making sure we understand the theory that supports your coaching model. That's why I'm a big proponent of doing degrees. I'll talk about that later. But you cannot just do a simple one-week coaching course and call yourself a coach. This is part of the professionalization, and I'd love to see that conversation tomorrow. We need to be serious about professionalizing coaching and raising the bar of who can call themselves coaches. We need standards to regulate AI coaching. Just like there was a wild west of coaching, human coaching, we need COMENSA, EMCC, ICF to step up and come up with a set of rules and a set of regulation for what we call an AI coach or not. ICF is making some inroads. EMCC is sort of, I haven't seen anything from COMENSA. We have to step up to the plate. And there are ethical challenges, as Sunny also mentioned. But I want to again stress the fact that it's possible to overcome ethical challenges with AI. We shouldn't be blind about it. And finally, I want to make this appeal. I think we need more research on AI coaching and human coaching. I call on COMENSA and all other coaching bodies to provide us funding as academic researchers. You know, that study we did on the 3 coaching, the GROW, solution-focused, and CBT was sponsored by EMCC. They gave us 100,000 Rand, and we could use that money to do this. Otherwise, we wouldn't have that answer. So we need to be serious about research. I want to see more universities offer coaching degrees. At the moment, it's Stellenbosch, and I think UJ is the only other one. We need more master's students and PhD students. I want to invite you to come to a master's degree with us, to raise the bar of what you can do, and especially PhD. At PhD level, you add new knowledge that did not exist before. So, final word from me. I can see the voice of reasoning is on the stage. I'm very excited about AI coaching. The more I research it, the more I realize there's a lot we don't know, but realize how much power it has. So educate yourself about AI. Don't be afraid of it, and see the potential of how we can use AI to transform this African continent to a place we cannot imagine at the moment. Thank you very much. You can connect on LinkedIn if you want. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Prof. So as coaches, part of our work is to evoke our own awareness. So I want to invite you for just like 30 to 60 seconds, just tune in. Tune into your own body. What's coming up for you? We've heard a lot this morning. We've heard many insights on AI and coaching. Just take a minute to tune into yourself. What's coming up for you before we open up for questions? Thank you. So the Japanese call that the ma, the intentional ma. So we're going to ask you to offer some questions to Prof while he's still here before we go for tea. So let's start with a round of 3. Any questions that you have for Prof from his presentation? We have a hand here, we've got another hand there, another one there. So we've got 3, 1 more. Okay, and another one up front. Thank you.
Can I answer one question at a time, please?
One question at a time. So please make it short and sharp. and then we move to the next person. Over to you.
Colleen Davis from Vusilela Davis. Those of us who are interested in using AI, creating AI to assist us for our clients in between, what is the one word of advice that you can give us navigating this Wild West?
You have to educate yourself on what's out there. And I just happen to know, so I'm part of them, but there's a company called VivaLaCoaching.com, Viva La Coaching. So it's German-based. Rebecca Ruchman is a great friend and colleague of mine. They offer training courses for coaches to help train them to understand how to use AI.
Thank you very much. Let's move this way. Okay, over there. Over to you.
Hi.
Go ahead.
Thanks, Prof. Very informative presentation. I have been looking at Anthropic and the kind of work they're doing with AI. I'm just curious, how can or does AI create accountability with the coachee? Because of the nuances of language, culture, the local contexts, and we build, or it looks like AI systems are built according to certain value systems. And what if the coachee has a completely different value system, or the value system is the issue that's being compromised? So from an ethical point of view, I understand the directive nature of AI. So what I did was I experimented with the Tony Robbins Mastery University, their AI system. And it's excellent, it's brilliant, but it doesn't question my motives. It gives me answers, and I sometimes thought, are these the answers I actually want, or am I actually being challenged?
I don't think it's coaching, by the way. So the point there is, and thank you for that question, what we have to understand is at the base of AI is large language models, Anthropic, OpenAI, all the different ones, Google, right? If you just talk to ChatGPT or Gemini or Anthropic, it's not a coach. It's a chatbot that will give you answers. Yeah. You have to write a prompt. You have to program it to behave like a coach. That is why if you understand coaching theory like CBT or GROW or solution focus, you put a harness around the AI. You instruct it very carefully. Those chatbots we created had 1,000 lines of prompts to make it behave like the specific. So you cannot get someone outside of our industry to create AI coaching chatbots and say it's an AI coach. They don't have a clue of what coaching is. So that's how we deal with that. And you have specific prompts where you have the role, the rules, whatever, and you can tell it to be sensitive to this. For example, my coaching chatbots all have a detector for mental distress. If someone has psychological distress, it stops and it will refer them to a psychologist. So the bottom line is the LLM is just the engine. You've got to use coaching knowledge and theory to build proper coaching chatbots. And that's why we need regulation so that a COMENSA, ICF, EMCC can evaluate a chatbot and say, this is not AI coaching, it's something else.
Thank you very much. The last comment.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Gabi. Great presentation, Coach. Just to question your stats around coaches for both COMENSA and ICF shows and tells a long story. But my biggest question is, have you guys thought about approaching the president? I mean, we're going to a local government election at the end of this, and it's a mess there, and a lot of coaching is required. I think if there's no intentionality from government to sort the mess up, we all going to be seen as not adding any value. And I think it's also going to stop the issue of one day coaching trained people calling themselves coaches and doing more harm to the process. So I think we need to start saying, as citizens, corporate citizens in this country, we're going to take our voice higher to the higher echelons and make sure that your kind of research is funded and that the work that we do continues in a much more structured way.
Please, can I vote for you as president? Just a word on that. I spoke before as well to the president of COMENSA, and we need the coaching bodies to also help promote and sell coaching, to say how really amazing it is. We need to bring people from corporate and industry on the stage to share their experience. I do the research. I can do all of that. I'm not a good salesperson, but we need these coaching bodies to help do that. So thank you for the questions. Thank you very much. Enjoy the rest of the conference.
A very big thanks to Prof. Terreblanche. Don't leave just yet. We have gifts. We have a gift for you to say thank you for everything you've done. Over to you, Mpho.
Professor Nikki, we're going to miss the conversations with you. We can't believe this is the end of it. We engaged with you from LeaderX. We've had briefing sessions with you. And here we are, the last conversation. We hope there's going to be more. And you're leaving the door open for more conversations. Thank you to our colleague, Teresa Mwila, our Audit and Risk Finance Committee Chair. This is a gift sponsored by Nedbank, a beautiful executive gift. Do enjoy.
Thank you so much. If you keep giving me gifts, I'll keep coming back.
A big, big thank you. So, colleagues, the key message from this morning, we've got to keep educating ourselves. We've got to remain curious, be courageous to try new things. So we are going to break for tea. It's being served at the back where the exhibitors are. Grab some tea, coffee, water, get some fresh air. The next conversation is a panel discussion that starts promptly at 11:30. So it's a very quick body break. Enjoy your tea. Thank you very much.
Good morning. Welcome. What a wonderful, amazing event. And thanks to the organizers and all the leadership in COMENSA for putting together such a superstar event. Very special. So this panel is on neuroscience and the impact on self-development in coaching and consulting. And I'm really looking forward to learning from our expert panelists. You're going to walk away with some interesting insights from neural networks and the reciprocal impact of language, gut, emotional responses, neurogenesis, what that actually is, the application in organizations and teamwork. I think that's critical as part of our implications for our coaching and mentoring practice. My name is Gail Rogerman. I am part of SAOPSA, Industrial Organizational Psychologists. I'm the Partnership Portfolio Lead Outgoing Chair for Coaching and Consulting Psychology. I work in these areas, I lecture, also involved with social development and environmental consultancy. And I'm really proud to say that SAOPSA and COMENSA have had an MOU in place since 2021. And Joyce Beloy and I, along with Karen Aaron from SAOPSA, have worked very closely together, and we've done some amazing joint webinars and events over the last few years. So thank you, Joyce, for that. So we will hear from each panelist for 5 minutes, leaving some time at the end for questions. So if you have questions, we'll ask those 10 minutes before the end. Otherwise, I know the panelists have a lot to say. I will do very brief intros. You've got the full bios of our panelists in your packs. At the end, we will also be sharing a QR code, which will give you some more information on this particular topic. And we'll also be here for some time after the session if you have questions, and you can connect with us further. Awesome. So our first speaker is Yolanda Dirksen. Yolanda is an expert practitioner in industry and blends neurological understanding of how we communicate through human needs psychology in order to guide clients in advancing their skills. So Yolanda is a bright, sparky person. Thank you, Bill, Dr. Bill. So Yolanda, tell us more about how the three brains actually communicate differently and why does this matter in terms of our language and words. Thank you, Yolanda.
Thank you so much, Gail, and it's wonderful to see everybody here today. So firstly, I am so excited to share with everybody the latest and new findings in neuroscience that we have discovered. We have got complex neural networks, not only in our head, but also in our heart and gut brain. So over the past decade, there has been research and study conducted over so many different areas in getting to know the way that we communicate via our head, heart, and gut brains. So what is so exciting is that Grant Suzulu and Marvin Oka put this into a concept and contextualized it and put it into practice. So one thing that I always say is that we can learn a lot, we can take a lot of things in cognitively, but if we don't put this in practice, what does it actually mean? So in the past 22 years, I have been applying embraining, multiple brain integration techniques with most of my corporate clients, and we have been finding beautiful results in what has come from this. So the important part in this is to know what is embraining and how does it work. So the research that was conducted, and one of the most profound findings, was done by Professor Heinz Panda in the 1800s. What he found as an embryologist is the development of a little fetus. Now, those of you that either have children or that can remember this from school, do you remember growing those little beans in cotton wool and they had to like sprout out? So very similar to that is what happens in a tiny little embryo while it is growing inside its mom's womb. When that baby is growing inside its gut area, there's a little thing that looks like the shape of that bean, and it completely unfolds. And by 3 weeks, there is a fully functioning, nourishing, and surviving instinct of that gut that is there without the heart or head brain even being developed, ladies and gents. Then by about 4 weeks, there's a little thing that sprouts out, the vagus nerve, and the little heart is formed. The heart is fully beating and connecting to his mom already before the head brain is even developed. So gut and heart brains have got their own way of connecting, their own way of communication. We have unlearned this. Thank goodness neuroscience is now catching up to ancient wisdom that's already been there for all the years. So we teach our clients, we as coaches bring that in where we educate them. How do I connect with the heart and how do I connect with the gut again? And it's interesting because people always say, okay, but now how do I know what the language is? You will observe it, you will see it. When I say, Gail, I love you so much, doesn't seem right?
I'll take it.
But if I say, Gail, I love you, it feels very, very different to that. Even our core identities, who we are as human beings, our core identity is in the gut. Our action is in the gut. Many times we have found that the research now shows there are mental health challenges globally, there are heart challenges and gut challenges because we are disconnected from it. We are overworking our executive brains, ladies and gents. We are telling it to do everything, yet our hearts and guts, as you can see the amount of neurons that they have, can get information, can assimilate information, it can learn, and it communicates with you. So we need to reconnect in that way. Thank you, Gail.
Wonderful. Thanks, Vjolandi. What comes up for me was the mental health literacy. We really need to continue to educate both youngsters and oldsters around mental health and being able to improve our mental health and literacy around that. So thank you, Yolandi.
Thank you.
Great. Over to Dr. Bill, who is an established and recognized authority on neuroscience in coaching and mentoring from a number of renowned institutions. Dr. Bill is going to, Dr. Bill is going to share with us what neurogenesis actually means and how this impacts in reality and in practice in organizational performance.
Thank you. Can you all hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I'm just getting back at the people who are working with the volume because they go, where's the sound? I'm putting their amygdala in under stress mode. I'd like you to take your hands, open up your fingers, and I'd like you to bring them in front of your eyes and interject the fingers into the V sections and then bring your hand together like that. If you want to know the size of your brain, that's the size of your brain. Einstein's brain was around about 1.27 kilograms in weight, and other people have brains that are far more weightier. But when you look at this, I'm wondering one question. As you look at your brain in front of you, my question is, I'm wondering what interests you about your brain. Because here's some interesting facts about the brain. So as a neurologist, the brain doesn't think, doesn't feel, doesn't hear, doesn't smell, doesn't taste, doesn't do anything. The left and right brain hemisphere is a theory like evolution, because the moment a thought is prompted in the brain, you have divergence happening immediately through top left, bottom right, and the signals are going like this all the time. So you cannot say I'm a left-handed brain person or a right-handed brain person. That's not true. In this brain, it is connected to the study of neuroscience. So neuroscience is about your central nervous system, your peripheral nervous system, which are subdivided into another 5 nervous systems that all activate. So take your one hand and open it up, and imagine that is a neuron. A neuron is different to a cell. A neuron is an intelligent neuron that communicates. Other cells in the body, and your gut has got about 100 million of them, are cells that always communicate intelligence, information, because that is the beauty of who we are. And that's where the big word neuroscience comes from. Neuroscience is the genesis of your first thought, your first feeling, your first energy that goes with it, your first emotion, your first question, and the beginning of your design of the decision that you're about to make, which then goes into behavior, then behavior goes into the environment challenges that behavior, and then you have to have resilience, and you have to have the reality of working together with change. So you don't just think and nothing happens. Everything has a consequence. So in neuroscience, inside one of these little tubes, which is called an axon, I've got to be careful which finger I choose now. So if you can imagine an axon like a bicycle tire, inside the tire is intentionality, you don't get that in animals. Intelligence beyond knowing, you don't get that in animals. There is intuition, there's incisiveness, there's influence, and our soulful aliveness. And when you scan the scan code, you'll get a free copy of the ebook on the neuroscience of leadership and being in organizations. So if you can take this tube, look on the inside, there's intelligence. There are 87 million neurons in the brain. There are 100 trillion connections. So those are the connections that take place. I specialize in neuroplasticity coaching. So I'm working with a team internationally. So it is beyond ego and personality. If you want to know where, and those who say you're a personality coach and you're an emotional coach and you're that coach, I'm glad you think so. Everything is in neurology. Everything is within the intelligent systems. Psychology is there, ego is there, all the models. Please take your left arm, make a straight line. Over here, I want you to write 37, and above, I want you to write 63. We are busy right now in the 37%, pedagogics, coaching models, learning models, and we are looking at analytics and all of that. We're doing a great job in this 37% over here. But we are making an assumption that the brain is totally engaged. Ladies and gentlemen, it is not. The reason why I asked you what is interesting you about your brain, I opened up the first gate of learning neuroscience.
1 minute.
So the brain learns in a particular way. It has to be coached, otherwise it's not going to learn. So the neuroplasticity of coaching is where we pay attention and come alongside people and look at the genesis of their thought in the context, and we don't look at personality, we do not look at ego, We do not look at character. We do not, although it's there, it's in the neurology all over, but we pay attention to the genesis moment of the formation of the beginning of decision architecture. And that's what neuroscience and neuroplasticity is all about.
Goodness. Thank you, Dr. Bull. Definitely looking forward to hearing more from you at some stage. The interconnections, how many neurons there are, and then how many more interconnections there are is always fascinating. And I remember somebody once showing a picture of the interconnections of the brain, and then our Milky Way and stars and galaxies and the similarities. So the point was made that we are also star people. So thanks for bringing that point. Wonderful. Great. Okay, so over to our last speaker, Jean. Jean Rodriguez is a leadership and self-development coach, and her work sits at the intersection of neuroscience, neurodiversity, and executive function coaching. Jean is going to be giving us some insights into nervous system regulation, as well as the impact on cognitive load and decision fatigue. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Gail. It's so wonderful to be here with all of you, and it's so wonderful to speak with all of you here today. So let's dive in.
Lovely.
Okay, so when we look at executive functions and what executive functions are, these are the top-down cognitive processes, such as planning and prioritizing, decision-making, time management, emotional control. And I love to give a little bit of a demonstration around the hand model of the brain. So if we look at this as being your brain, this is your brain stem. This is the limbic system, and this is the emotional part of the brain. And then you've got your prefrontal cortex. So your prefrontal cortex is known as your logical part of the brain. And this is where it is your planning, your prioritizing, all of those functions. Now, when we go into stress, we get flooded with emotions, and our limbic system is very much active, and we flip our lid. And our logical brain is no longer online. And this is very much how a lot of individuals are functioning today in leadership, in schools, in life. And that's what you see even with traffic. I mean, how much anger and frustration is there? So how this really plays out in terms of corporates, schools, you will see maybe somebody procrastinating, and you will label that individual as this person's just lazy. Or perhaps somebody has missed a deadline. Oh, this person is disorganized. But actually, when we look at the system and what's happening in the system, this speaks to the idea of the disorganization is cognitive overload. Procrastination is the individual going into a freeze response. So the question becomes not what is wrong with the individual, but rather what is happening in their system that we can start getting them to be more effective. So we start looking at really focusing on how do we get more productivity happening. And the starting point really comes to emotional control, really understanding how do we regulate ourselves first before we move into other executive functions. Because if you are trying to teach someone time management or planning and prioritization and organization, but they are in a flipped lid and they are stressed, they're not going to absorb information. So it's about taking a moment, and dialectical behavioral therapy speaks about this, being able to regulate yourself first through your senses, take a moment, sense of touch, taste, smell, hearing what you see. Okay, what do I see right now? I see the room, I see the lights, I see a few people. Let me focus on what this gentleman's wearing, a blue t-shirt. You're distracting your mind away from the stressor. Once you bring yourself back online, then you can say, okay, how do I plan? How do I prioritize? What is actually happening here? Because you're focusing on your whole brain being aligned. So that really speaks to executive functions and how that can be effective in leadership, schools, and education.
Wonderful. Thanks, Jean. Yes, I think it's a big question at the moment in leadership around poor judgment, poor decision-making, people not assessing risks properly, not thinking through long-term strategy, and I think it's got a lot to do with cognitive overload and fatigue. Wonderful. Okay, so we have some time for questions. Is there a mic that's going to be going around? what I can do is I have a question for both Yolandi and Jean, and maybe they can start answering while people get their own questions ready and receive the mic. Great. Yolandi, my question to you was, what does this mean specifically, carrying on with what you were speaking of, around as coaches and mentors, how does it influence or how does it impact when we're trying to influence behavior? What are the things that we must be aware of?
Thank you for that question, Gail. It's fascinating because our coaching completely shifts the moment you are not just observing head brain and the moment you aren't just looking from a behavioral perspective. You are literally observing the body in a completely different way. Some things by just observing people around you, and they go, I can't believe that happened, or people going, yeah, I was so uncomfortable with that. So the way we observe, the way we connect, and the way we educate people from children to parents, to couples, to organizations. How do I observe my clients in a different way? And it's fascinating how individuals will actually themselves start going, okay, gosh, well, I don't feel with my head, or I don't take action with my head. These are things in different neural networks. I think one of the most amazing stories that I had, Gail, was when a heart transplant was done in California. And this specific lady actually said that she started craving beer and she would dream about riding on a motorbike. Now, as we know, you can't get info of a donor. That's, of course, confidential. After seeing psychologists and so forth, she got the right to meet the wife of the heart donor. And the wife said that her husband loved drinking beer and riding motorbikes. Don't believe me? Please go do your own research on that. But it is amazing what our heart stores, memories, information, our gut. So if we can educate our clients of this as coaches, if we can educate children, believe me, the changes that is made when children can say, Mom, I don't feel good, or Mom, I don't know why, I just don't trust this person. Everything is within us. We must just listen to the language that's already there. Thank you, Gail.
Language is such a guide, hey, if we use it consciously. Thanks, Yolandi. Yes, there's a question over there.
I
know.
Thank you very much. My name is Kuba. I'm from the Kalahari. I have the privilege of coaching adults and children. And my question is the coaching of children. Knowing that our frontal lobes only develop much later, are we not doing children an injustice by expecting too much? I coach youth and I coach scholars, and yes, this is my question. Thank you.
Would somebody like to volunteer?
Looking at it from a neuro perspective, and one pays attention to neuroeducation, the pedagogical models that are being used in schools nowadays pay attention to sharing certain snippets of information to certain age groups based on the brain profile at that time and at that age. So they are not overriding, they're not overwhelming, but it's also an interesting study to see how young people are being overwhelmed in their thinking, etc., etc., but it is all a neurological response and not so much a personality or character or cognitive response. You regulate your neurology. So in the studies that we've done with leaders, at any given point in time, there's on average, taking a 3,000 database group, there's an average of about 37 voices in the head of an executive that are on stage all shouting for attention, depending on the season of the year, the time of the month, whether it's year, month closing, etc., their volume increases for attention. And so in little children, there's also their voices that are within their minds that are shouting at the same time. With that, there you find personality and ego within that drama. And what we do with neuroplasticity coaching is we give the baton to the executive to get on their stage and orchestrate the conducting of those 38 voices. So you become the orchestrator of your symphony based on your cognitive awareness and reality, working together with how you think, how you feel, what's the energy levels. AI has come into the world of neuroscience, and neuroscience has brought AI with it. It's now not in competition with, but it's showing a whole lot of things about psychology that used to be a golden calf. Neuroscience is starting to be able to say it's actually not that. And it's not that we're negating it, but it's the personality is within the neurology. And so with AI, with neuroplasticity, we coach, we switch on the phone, the person is talking, the app is on, and we talk to an executive, and then you play back, and the executive at that point spoke about their vision. And then the playback has measured their energy level, their brain waves, their energy levels, etc. And you then can help the executive go, you spoke about your vision with, and you used the word passion and purpose, and you're excited. Could you please tell me how come your neurotransmitter that creates fear was switched on at the same time while you were talking with passion? So the whole world of emotional intelligence has now got us to the place where neuroscience and neuroplasticity is showing us that emotions have a galaxy of connections. You don't just have 5 primal emotions. They are connected to a whole system. So you can have fear, joy, hate, and love in the same galaxy. And they all work together because of the multiplicity of the systems that are happening within the brain.
Thank you. Thank you. Yes, please add. Yes. Thank you.
Mic on. I'm so sorry, I didn't get your name.
Kuba.
Kuba, thank you. I think that you have touched on an extremely important point here. We cannot jump in and just coach children. I don't believe that's something we can just do. As you say, children's emotional brains only are developed by 25. We will have personalities that will only be fully developed by about 21, 22, and I tease with a man at 55. I'm just teasing, guys. I'm going to be spoken to afterwards. So what the important part is for children is that we cannot jump in and just start coaching. The important part is to know, how do I equip and enable this child with tools and techniques to get to know themselves as they develop? So what we are finding we are doing with MBIT and MBraining, and the books that's being designed and the books that's online, is that we ask children to become aware of their own bodies and how they're responding to things. So for example, when a child is experiencing pain, and we teach them this acronym, PAIN stands for please acknowledge information now. There's something going on in my body's talking to me. Mommy, my tummy is sore. Okay, my boy, okay, my girl, what do you feel that is, what's the reason that it's sore? Mommy, well, actually, it's because was ugly with me today at school. So we are not jumping in coaching. We are not doing psychology. We will hear now with the next discussion with regards to ethics and so forth. We can't cross a line. We must be very, very cautious of where we go. And that's Yolandi speaking. If we can equip children with tools and techniques as they develop and grow, that is where we go. We don't coach, we don't do psychology, we equip them with tools and techniques so that they can learn about themselves as they develop. That's my 2 cents worth.
Thanks, Yolandi. Yeah, please.
Thank you so much. I really want to speak into the youth. I've just completed the course with Lynette Beer, and I would like to encourage you, if you are in contact with children, please do that. It's linked to temperament, but we cannot bulldoze. They are too sacred, and they are the people who are going to be on the stage when COMENSA turns 40. We'll be here in our wheelchairs.
Thank you so much. I think the pressure on children and in the education system is completely overwhelming. We do morning classes, the kids now start 6 a.m. classes, afternoon classes, Saturday classes. They do holiday camps. I think the push for academic achievement is a little bit kind of extreme if we look at we're looking at the whole person development, so we are leaving a lot of thinking behind around the systemic view of the whole person. So really lovely. Thanks, Kruba, for raising. Is there, we have time, I think, for at least one more question? We don't.
Let them put the scan on.
Oh.
No more questions. And this is just honor the different conversations that we are going to have today. I acknowledge that there's so much that we want to share. So just a minute to wrap up with your panel, and then we can move over to the next panel discussion.
Yeah.
Wonderful. Thanks so much. I think, let's take a few moments per person. I would be happy with that. I think you must start, Jean, because you've had the least time so far.
Perfect. Okay. So what would you like me just to...
So maybe, one or two maybe tools or specific techniques that
Okay.
you'd like to share, specifically from an African perspective, because that was something that you raised.
Yes. I think what's so important is that as South Africans, we have this huge expectation of having huge resilience. And with that comes responsibility to be able to manage ourselves effectively. But the starting point is that space of self-leadership. So really getting to know yourself first, before even leading in your family and leading in the team. And the idea here, and we often think, is that we only have the mind as a tool to, okay, I need to work on my thinking processes and how I see myself. But as Yolandi and Bill have spoken about, is that we have an incredible access point in our bodies, in our guts, in our hearts. So the idea is, okay, I'm feeling overwhelmed in my workplace. How do I connect to my heart? Heart Math Institute has incredible research around heart-based breathing. When we talk about the gut, which is the representation of our identity and confidence, how can I start maybe accessing that part of myself? What movements can I start doing? So the idea here is that we are so rich with leading ourselves, and really starting to get to know ourselves better, I think, is the biggest gift.
Thank you so much. Do we have 1 minute? 30 seconds,
Yeah.
Dr. Bill, and 30 seconds, Yolandi.
The QR code is on. For those of you who'd like to get the free ebook, please just access that. And we as a panel are hoping to have a Tell Me More online webinar that we will advertise and let you know more about, and the world of neuroscience and neuroplasticity. You can pose your questions there, and we'd be delighted to add that into the webinar.
Thank
But
you.
the whole
Thank you very
thing
much.
is the whole process of we helping people to self-regulate, to understand themselves on the basis of understanding the workings of their conscious awareness in their neurology, rather than paying attention to just the old models that we're paying attention to now under the 37 mark.
Thanks, Dr.
We're shifting
Bill.
people above.
Thank you. Yolandi. Oh, sure.
There we go. I just want to very quickly say, please come at me. We have got 3,600 embed coaches globally. We've got some embed coaches in the audience. Please do come chat to me, and we would love to give you some more info about embed techniques and how they can take us forward with neuroscience and how we apply this in coaching. Thank you so much.
Super. Thank you very much. Thanks, Sharon.
Soft shoulders. I can feel the heaviness, the anxiety of, we still have so much to say. Just move your body. I know there's lots that we want to say. And I acknowledge the pace that it feels like. People have prepared. We really want to do justice to all the inputs. So I am strict with time. not to disrespect, but to really just honor the preparation that everyone has done. So to close off the session, we have some gifts to say thank you so much for all your inputs and your time that you've given today. I'll pass over to Mpho. And while Mpho is getting the gifts, I know some of you are taking pictures. We have some hashtags. So when you put stuff up on social media, on Facebook, LinkedIn, remember to put the hashtags. They are the green block just behind you on the screen that's written COMENSA. You will see the different hashtags to use. Let's make conference 20 years famous.
That's wonderful. Thank you so much.
And a picture moment. Thank you very much to our panel. That was incredibly helpful. So another hack to make sure we get as many inputs possible. The pretext, while it might be helpful, tends to take time. So if you have a question, head right in. If you have a comment of appreciation, go right into that. So I invite Mayor Teresa to come through for the next panel discussion that we're going to be having. And the panel is session 3, where we're talking about mental health, well-being, and the impact of trauma. So you'll notice the buildup of conversation. Some of us might be experienced in that area and we're like, yeah, I want to add more. Jot down the questions and we'll have an opportunity for Q&A. So over to you, Mayor Teresa.
Good day, distinguished guests, coaches, mentors, leaders who are gathered here today. I am Teresa Muida, and I am going to facilitate this session that looks at mental health, well-being, and the impact of trauma. Every seed carries within it the full blueprint of a tree it is destined to become. But a seed cannot fulfill its potential without any seedling. It needs the right soil, the right conditions, and sometimes the right tending. As coaches and mentors, we usually focus on other people. We are the gardeners and we are also the seeds. We hold the growth of others while deeply we are also looking at ourselves as individuals. And the work that we do is quite urgent. And the other agency is, what is it that we do for ourselves in terms of our own mental health well-being, and how do we handle trauma? And today, this is why this panel exists. This panel exists to actually answer those questions. I will introduce the panelists quickly, then we move on to the discussion, starting with Diane. Diane is a COMENSA Master Coach, author, and founder, who brings over 20 years of experience and an embodied approach to coaching. We have Mandy Johnson, who is also a master practitioner coach, who deals with mindfulness and trauma, and she is a trauma-informed coach. That's a very interesting one. She will actually unpack it more to tell us what a trauma-informed coach is, and for us to actually reflect, you know, as coaches and mentors, how many of us are actually trauma-informed coaches. She integrates corporate experience with lived healing and trauma-informed coaching. We then have Dr. Mutumang Diaho, who is a medical doctor by profession. She's working at the intersection of health, leadership, and organizational renewal. She will also tell us more about the holistic wellness retreats that she organizes, especially for leaders. Then we have Tracy Kwazan, who is the CEO of Mental Wellness Initiative, and she's also a trauma-informed practitioner. You will realize that we keep on going back to the issue of trauma-informed practitioners, because that actually is the crux of what this particular panel is discussing. For us, significance is not incidental. It is intentionally cultivated. I will now start with Diane in terms of the work that you do. You've written 8 books, and you have built an entire practice that is rooted not only in professional expertise, but in your own lived experience of burnout, chronic fatigue, and autoimmune illness. From that deeply personal seed, what was the most pivotal shift in how you understood yourself as a coach, and how has that shaped the way you hold the mental health journey of the clients that you serve?
So the meaning that I've made from burnout 3 times in my life, from an autoimmune disease and from chronic fatigue, yuppie flu, ME. The first time was at 27, second time at 34, the last time at 43, and that was my catalyst. It was my awakening, and my, it was an existential crisis, and it took me on a journey of 2 years to do a lot of reading and research. Then I became a consciousness coach. But the shift for me came because of the trauma, the childhood trauma and ACEs I had, and my friend committing suicide a year before I became a coach. I always felt there was something missing, and I love what the previous panel has spoken about. I also became a trauma-informed coach through trauma through the Enneagram lens, and it has changed the way I have healed as a person, because trauma lives in the body. The body keeps the score. So now I coach from the bottom up and from the top down. Thank you.
Yeah, so it is
Okay, you speak a lot about the use of the Enneagram. Tell us more about why you actually prefer the use of Enneagram, and you've also indicated that you coach from the bottom up and from the top to the bottom. If you could elaborate on that.
Absolutely. Well, in the beginning, after my burnout, I read voraciously, and I read the wisdom of the Enneagram, and it always interested me. But as I got to know it more and more and listened to more talks, I saw it was a map and a mirror, and there aren't just 9 types. It doesn't put us in a box. We're actually already in a box because we've been conditioned with our defense mechanisms, our anger center, how we express or suppress anger, our emotional center, and also our head center. And it is a map to show you where you can integrate. And also for each Enneagram flavor, there are different ways you can regulate your nervous system. Because when you're in fight and flight, you're in your sympathetic nervous system. When you're in depression or rest digest, and for me, it's about congruence and integration and the uniqueness of each person to tap into their own wisdom well. And I want to say to the lady that spoke about the children, they also in sympathetic activation, and we need to help them to find their own soothing mechanisms and their parents as well, so the parents can co-regulate with the children. Thank you.
Okay, you faced burnout about 3 times, and you were able to own up to the fact that you have burnout, you have this chronic fatigue. What has your experience been with mentors and coaches? Is it easy to own up to that and just admit that I'm burnout, or I am feeling traumatized because as coaches, as we go into environments and we're doing coaching, we go into entities wherein you actually have to deal with organizational issues and conflict, and sometimes even conflict within yourself as a coach. What has your experience been? Have coaches and mentors been forthright and forthcoming in saying, I am feeling burnout and I need help?
In my experience, it is really sad. I've had people in supervision with me that have been in trauma, because we are all human beings. Not one of us sitting here hasn't had small t or big T trauma. And that is why trauma-informed coaching is so important, because there are different ways of giving the person, it's not about pathology, but coaches are ashamed to go sometimes to another coach. And other coaches sometimes aren't equipped to work with the nervous system. So I just want to say that trauma happens, crises happen in all our lives, divorces, illnesses, financial problems, death. And that's why it's really important for us to be there for each other, so that you have a safe space. And it's not about pathology, it's about giving you agency, that self-experienced agency, through practices like CBAM, Dr. Peter Levine, Daniel Armain, that kind of thing.
Thank you so much, Diane. I'll move on to the questions are also, interrelated, because you also informed the trauma. Mandy, in your life, you have walked through burnout and cancer, and rather than stepping away, you leaned in, studying, healing, and ultimately you built a practice that is dedicated to helping others to do the same. What do you want coaches and mentors in this room to understand about the line between showing up for others and abandoning ourselves? And what does health recovery truly look like in our profession?
Thank you. Abandoning yourself, I wonder if people in this room can recognize exhaustion and burnout and cycles of it that come again and again, and you wonder how you find yourself in the same place. And I think over the years of my own recovery, society validates and really pushes self-sacrifice above all things, and this is where we lead again and again to burnout. Remembering who we are under all the doing is possibly really important work. And I work with clients who suffer with codependency or addiction or various forms of maladaptive coping. And I've come to understand the nuance between codependency and a trauma response, which is fawning. Really encourage you to go and look that up, Ingrid Clayton's work. A lot of our clients will show up in a fawning response, and it's a very subtle way of invalidating and abandoning themselves. There's a need for external validation, and it's a learned behavior. So to really recognize it and work with it in a subtle way. Red flags for abandoning yourself would be things like resentment, growing, compassion fatigue, exhaustion, vicarious trauma through your client's experience. And that limits your ability to be authentic. So your adaptive self seems to be in the driving seat, which limits your client's safety. The opposite would be self-loyalty and self-preservation, self-responsibility. And one phrase that has really helped me has been to know the difference between willingness. We all have 1,000% willingness in this room to show up for people, but our capacity might be at 40%. And to force your 40% capacity to your willingness is really dangerous. And so to minimize or alter or deny your true reality can really lead to detrimental results in your coaching. Things to look out for: people pleasing, silencing your intuition, which would look like not giving challenging feedback to clients, rather validating your worth through their results as opposed to actually being authentic. And minimizing your humanness and getting into sort of a performance trap. It's okay to be human. It's okay to show up in a way where you're exhausted and tired, and to share that in a way that's ethical. Recovery would just be about honoring your limits, setting boundaries, presence over performance. What does presence mean? Even presence can become something, mindfulness can be something compulsive and dangerous. It's a whole nother story. Take time to center yourself, internal embodiment. What do you carry into your sessions, and are you projecting onto your clients? And then prioritize self-reflection in supervision. It's absolutely non-negotiable in a trauma-informed coaching way of being. Thank you.
Mandy, you mentioned rightfully that as coaches, we need to acknowledge that it is okay to be human. Now, I'm looking at that against the backdrop of the stigma that coaches and mentors usually carry, wherein it's like, get your act together, you know, you have to have it together as a coach, as a mentor. And how would you say coaches and mentors should deal with that, especially the stigma, and especially the fact that when you are at that breaking point, you need to acknowledge that it is okay, I'm human, and therefore I should access help if I need to access help. But also, how does one then deal with the stigma as well of saying coaches must have it together, so we don't expect them to be accessing help?
I think I'll just speak from my own experience with 12-step programs. I think shame dies on exposure. And I think we, as human beings, need to own where we still need to grow and learn. I'm an open book. I've been in recovery for many, many years from codependency and addiction. And I think it has grown my capacity to be very real with the clients that I work with. And I think the feedback I get is to be a peer supporter, and to own that has been the most transformational thing in that space of creating safety and trust. Human beings trust human beings that are authentic and have been through something. And your narrative is important. Your narrative and your story, if you can tell it in a way that makes you feel stronger and your clients stronger, I think it's really beneficial. It supported my practice.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mandy. We come to you, Dr. Mutumang, a medical doctor working at the intersection of medicine, leadership, and organizational renewal. You often speak about the hidden costs of leadership. In your experience working with senior executives, what are the most dangerous myths that high-performing leaders carry about their own mental health and well-being? And what does it truly cost organizations when those myths go unchallenged? And I think I would also like you to cite examples that come from the holistic wellness summits that you host.
I feel a bit out of place, but I think, thank you very much for inviting me. And my story, because I think that's where it starts. I always say that you end up doing the work you do because it's you. I crashed a car and completely totaled it. I was doing a 2-day training session. And I talk about sleep, and I realized that I hadn't slept between the 2 days. And I was going to talk about burnout. I came out alive, and I realized that this work is actually a little bit more serious than one does. So let's talk about the myths we tell ourselves. There are many, but I'll just take 3. When you sit with exceptionally high-performing executives, these are really bright people. when you work with academia, these are professors, these are really high-performing individuals. And I think this myths for me is what I would like to share. So the first one is you've got to be strong. That's the first. You've got to be strong. You are in leadership positions, whether you're head of unit, whether the CEO, whether you're head of anything, a leadership position. You are not allowed, because of the way we define our definition of success, is you cannot show weakness. So this has done a few things to people, is that you override your body's responses and the language and everything that the body tells you or override, because you need 32 days in a day. You have to do it. So that's the first thing. I'm the only person that's gonna do this. I'll just start next week. So you override that. That's the first myth. The second one has to do with, because it's bright people, they've read a lot of books, even written them, including ourselves. Self-awareness. There's a huge gap because the level of awareness about what it is we need to do and the actual embodiment of what it is that we need to live in experience. My story, your story, everybody else's. So this myth is about, I think the biggest challenges, and I challenge everybody in this room, is I think that's the work of coaching, to close that gap so that it becomes real for people, especially people who are cognitive 100% of the time. They live in their heads. The third myth, and I suspect for me, this transacts into leadership, is this notion that your mental health as a leader is your issue. It isn't. The way you presence yourself, the way you arrive into any space, seeps into the organization. It seeps into the relationship. Leadership is relational. Your behavior and mental health seeps into the environment. We do a lot of work in bringing this to awareness for leaders, that best we are careful how we arrive, because we are the instruments that create the culture within which we create in the environments where we work. So those are the three main ones. And I think, to close, the hidden cost to this is at two main levels. The first one is at the personal level. An explosion of chronic diseases that we never saw about 40 years ago. An explosion of autoimmune diseases that we never experienced 40 years ago. The WHO woke up in 2019, declared burnout a disease, only in 2019. So I am very happy to see that we are beginning to actually acknowledge that our well-being as leaders, as coaches, as professionals, as interveners, as anything we define as we enter systems that we try to assist, that our mental health is critical to the existence and the improvement of the health of those environments, including ourselves. The second one is that well leaders, well teams. And I think this is where my personal thing is that I think we isolate ourselves from the environment that we do. And maybe the last point I'd like to make is that we are the instruments. We are perfect as we walk into a room, that even in creating a coaching environment and an intervening environment, that we are the instruments. And if the instrument is not well, I think the environment is not going to be well.
You've mentioned the fact that the World Health Organization declared burnout as an illness in 2019. My question around that is, has that made a difference, in the corporate world and everywhere else? I'm also just thinking about us as coaches and mentors in terms of our own businesses that we run, the people that we hire and so on. Have we looked into that? But also it starts with us looking at ourselves and our own issues of burnout, our own issues of trauma as well. So what has your experience been?
My own experience is that when you talk about burnout, you're talking to the HR professional, not the C-suite. And I think for me, if the leadership embodies and takes burnout as a strategic issue in the organization, then for me that begins to say that actually we're taking it seriously. And I think that's why we do the work we do. So you see organizations that are beginning to actually appoint to the C-suite chief medical officers, chief wellness officers. It's a new term and I like, and I'm tracking this. If corporations are beginning to have the CFO and the CIO and all of that, and you're elevating the issue of wellness to the C-suite, then that's work for me. That's beginning to show that we're taking it seriously.
Okay, thank you so much. I will move over to Tracy. Your work actually challenges what you describe as cultures of martyrdom and over-functioning in the helping professions. In a sector where caring is the currency, how do we build organizations and professional communities like COMENSA that genuinely sustain the well-being of the very people tasked with sustaining others? And what does that transformation actually require of us as a sector?
Thanks, everyone. So my disclaimer is that I'm not a coach. If I don't use coaching language, please do not execute me in the town square afterwards. I work in the social sector, and the correlates that I see between the coaching space and the social sector is that it is often our own wound that brings us to the work. So why are you in the helping professions? What brought you to it? You started out trying to heal something for yourself and found your way into coaching. If you sound guilty of that, raise your hand. Yeah, quite a lot of people, except for some engineering guy who ended up doing coaching. But yes, engineers make good coaches. So if it is the wound that brings you to the work, and you have not actually done the process for your work, for your healing. Now, you can do the thing that looks like you've done the thing, or you can do the actual thing, right? There's a distinction there. We can cover it with a plaster and pretend we've healed, and then wear some label that goes with, I'm now a healed person. But healing is not a conclusive thing. It's not done. It's in process, almost always still in process. So if you have not engaged the wound that you carry, be it your relationship to power that you developed as a child, be it an overwhelming urge to be valuable, useful, comforting, whatever that programming that grabbed you in childhood, if you haven't resolved that, the pattern replicates in adulthood. It just changes its hat. Now you become an overperforming adult or an overfunctioning adult. And overfunctioning is not something we should high-five each other about. It is not cool to burn out, but systems reward a burnout because systems predate on the people who are willing to bleed on the flag to make sure it stays red. So if you want to not burn out, there's a couple of things you need to know. One of them is, ethics came up a number of times today, but we always think of ethics as this outward-facing thing to prevent harm to others. How often do we turn that word inwardly? Burnout is the accumulation of 1,000, 100,000, 10,000 personal ethical violations over months, years, decades, until the organism says, I am done. So we don't just arrive in burnout. There is a trajectory that is entirely mappable. It is a process and a pattern. If we're talking to systems and the way COMENSA is a system and the way we work inside systems, it requires, and Prof. Bonang said it earlier, ethical leadership, which means that we can't create the conditions that, or we can't harbor the conditions that are going to create burnout as an inevitable outcome. You have to change the conditions, right? So you can't have an organization that says, oh, we're all about mental wellness. Then we'll have a meeting on Friday afternoon and you'll give me the document on Monday morning at 9 o'clock. Because now you're lying to me about your priorities, mental health. You've just assumed that I'm willing to give over my weekend. So we can't be duplicitous in what matters to us. If we're going to say ethics, we have to talk about ethical treatment of the self, and we have to layer the ethical treatment of each other into the way we work as organizations. I'll pause there. Thanks, Teresa.
Thank you. I think you've just posed something very critical to the leadership of COMENSA. You've spoken to the issue of ethical leadership, and this is also a subject that Prof. Bonang Mohale also spoke to, the fact that we need to have ethical leadership within COMENSA, and of course the fact that to say ethical leadership in one sentence is actually repeating the same thing. Leadership has to be ethical, and I think we are taking that message and all other messages that we are getting as the leadership of COMENSA to say, you know, let's do a reflection where there's a need for us to continuously improve. We will actually delve into that. At this point, I would like to open up for questions and comments to our panelists, and then we'll move to the integrated discussion. There's a hand there, and then there's another hand there, very eager to ask a question, respond. So I will start with you, and then this side, then we'll see if there are any other questions. There's another question here. I've noted 3 hands. I don't know. Okay, you are the second one. We'll start with the, oh, okay. It was actually the gentleman in the black. Okay, we'll start with him, and then we'll go over to you, ma'am, and then we'll take the hand this side.
Thank you very much, Teresa. My name is Busiso Mgidi. I'm the Limpopo chapter committee member. And thank you for this wonderful engagement. But we can all agree that trauma is one of those heavy topics to talk about. Yeah. And then as a trauma counselor myself, the former trauma counselor myself, I just want to get a sense from our panelists that most of many South Africans that we coach and we mentor, you know, are very high functioning, like Doc has alluded to that we have very high functioning people. And most of them, they do carry unresolved trauma, whether we call it their childhood trauma or emanating from different losses that they would have experienced themselves. How do we then distinguish between, you know, performance issue and a trauma response? Because maybe that should be the first distinction to say, how do we then distinguish between a performance issue and a trauma response? And then what then becomes, you know, as a coach or as a mentor, your role vis-a-vis when to refer, without really overstepping or under supporting, because sometimes you're thinking you don't really want to do much or you don't really want to do less. So how then do we then get into that space of, you know, referring without really overstepping or under supporting? Thank you.
I really want to invite my colleagues to be lifelong learners and to equip yourselves with trauma skills. There is a wealth of information and a wealth of training worldwide. Sometimes your high-functioning CEO is with a coach. And if they have trauma-informed skills and knowledge, they can empower that person to self-regulate when there's conflict in the office or when there's a divorce at home. So trauma-informed coaching is actually part of integrative coaching. How do you know when your client needs trauma-informed coaching or they need to be referred? It is their capacity level. Their window of tolerance, how narrow has that got? Yeah, so your question was, how do you know as a manager, or how do you know as a coach whether you have to refer? You refer when you see your client is not capacitated and has not got agency in the session. So a trauma-informed coach capacitates the client in the session so that when they leave the session, they have agency and sovereignty and they can perform. If their window of tolerance is so low and they've already in burnout, I would refer to a psychiatrist, because in that stage you need medication as well. Having burnt out the last time, I got a psychiatrist, I got a therapist, and I did my own inner work. And after 3 months, I went into like a community of practice. So remember, we're not about pathology. We're not about brain chemistry. If their serotonin is depleted, their dopamine is depleted, their body chemistry is depleted, they need rest and they need medication. Thank you.
Can we move on to the next question? I'm also mindful of time because we need to move to, it's going to be her and then the two ladies, and then we'll close for questions.
Certainly.
Because we still need to do that integrated discussion.
Hi, I'm Linda Remke from Hello Coach. I'm a master practitioner coach. I just loved what Prof. Mohali had to say today, his investment in women. My story is 44, burnout, breast cancer, right? And redirection. Coaching found me, I found coaching. But at 55, I go through menopause. And that to me is a topical discussion needs to be had, because with that comes a whole new array of complexity. So how would you link that to burnout, and how do we have organizations, if we want to fast track women within the organization, to start changing the filters of the organization, the men, the culture, the men that really lead businesses well. It's not derogative, it's just how do we help them to change that filter, and what work does need to be made and regulated possibly going forward and managed best.
There is so much work to do. And I think yesterday I was talking to a friend about a female that is just an exceptionally high-performing lawyer who's just taken out. She's just decided to sit at home and experience what rest feels like. Real, absolute rest. You know, the one you have after 14 hours of sleep. And for her, it's a constellation of having been a mother, high-performing professional, transitioning out of practice and then getting into menopause, and the world just explodes in front of you. And I think it's awareness work. We cannot stop talking about this. When I was doing medicine, nobody was talking about menopause. We know about the famous Harvard story that told lies. So there's a lot of work to do. And I think as coaches, as practitioners, as interveners, it's education. There's also a lot of harm being done, because we're talking about menopause. There's a lot of the symptoms of, burnout that overlap with anxiety, depression. How do you make the difference? When do you know, to the last question, to refer. And when do you know the boundary into therapy now, beyond coaching? So there's a lot of work, and I think gatherings like this for me, even though I started jokingly by saying I feel out of places, I attend them ferociously because it expands the body of knowledge, it informs you and integrates your practice with other people. And I believe in collaboration deeply because then you know your boundaries and then you can refer to the next person.
Hello, everyone. My
Hello.
name is Bako Matthews. And what Diane and Teresa touched on is very close to my heart in terms of the expectation to have it together as a coach when when your world is crumbling, right? And you're supposed to hold space for the other person. Sometimes it's so hard. It is so hard. And I've tried therapy, right? But I find that as a coach, and I have the utmost respect for the profession, but I find that as a coach, therapy is not forward focused, it's not forward moving. I find myself, we just going round and round and round. So I start therapy and I leave it because I don't see us going anywhere. So I'd like to make a plea. And I find it difficult to also speak to my peer coaches. And it's because of the stigma, right? I'm not going to go to my peer and say, I'm crumbling. I don't think I can do this, right? And I'm wondering if bodies like COMENSA could not have a way of supporting us. You know, you have another person on the other end, maybe another coach that can empathize, can understand what I'm going through. Because a therapist might not. I'm a freelancer. I have many challenges. I'm a mother, I'm a wife. And then I'm supposed to have it together every day, which is impossible. So I don't know if it's even possible, but I don't think supervision can work. I'm not going to speak to my supervisor about my husband and the problems we're having. I'm not. But I want a psychologically safe space where I can raise my issues. Whew, I'm shaking.
Yeah.
I just want to respond to that. I think it's deeply courageous for you to tell us that, and thank you. The peer support model might be a wonderful thing COMENSA could think about. In another organization I work with, Cheetah House, we have peer support. And that just means a group of us come together and we talk about what's actually going on and offer safety and opportunities for vulnerability. So I really hope that that happens. Thank you.
We have one last question, then we will just wrap up. And we've taken the point that you have raised about COMENSA looking at kind of a peer support program that we can run for our members. And obviously, it's one of those things that will also add to our value proposition as an organization to say, in addition to what we have as COMENSA, these are some of the things that we are looking at in terms of offering to members so that members feel safe, you know, with the issues. Members feel safe when they have fallen apart and now they need to be put back together. And there is a support system within the organization. So thank you for raising that. The last question. There was someone this side.
Or maybe we can integrate us, Teresa, because I'm mindful the other panelists are waiting.
Yes.
So I know there are a lot of questions. We're going to go into lunch after the panel that's coming up. So I invite you to just bring in the closing remarks so that the next panel can come and start on time, please.
Okay. Thank you. I will just hand over to the panelists, just the takeaways that you want to give to the audience, in terms of what we've discussed, to say, prioritize mental health, be mindful of burnout when it happens, you have the right, it is okay to be human and so on. Just 2 minutes from each of you.
The most important thing about being a coach is that you are regulated. Even when you're going through crises in your own life, you must know what your body needs to regulate, because it's who you are being. Your gut, your heart, your energy is speaking with your clients, and your presence as a coach, as a regulated coach, creates that co-regulation with your client. I think our most important job is to know that we're forever on the journey, and to belong to community of practices, to have a group like that, to have a safe space, to know where you can bring balance to your nervous system. And then also use your AI coach. Train your AI coach how to coach you to regulate, and never stop learning, but take care of you, because you are the vehicle and your presence is the most powerful practice you can have.
I think it's a great theme to continue on. And for me, it is something I carry in my back pocket from one of the many powerful women who said, every interaction is an intervention. So I carry that because it requires for me to be totally aware, not only at the workplace, but to not forget that even in the home, the interactions with my family are interventions. And the biggest lessons for me have come from my children. The biggest lessons have come from my children, because they call me to order. And sometimes I have to remember that my intellectual books and whatever don't matter in life. It's about conversation, it's about human, it's about connectivity, it's just about walking into every space as a human being, first of all.
I think for me is to treat people as credible narrators of their own stories, to trust them in their own process. And if you're going to create safety for human beings and clients, you need to know it in yourself. You need to cultivate it in yourself first. So that's what I would say. Thank you.
I'm going to echo now. I've got the thing, so nobody needs to hear me say everything twice. I've got two sort of parting shots. One of them is at COMENSA leadership, and the other is at all of the members in attendance. So ethical leadership, when we link that concept to burnout, is the following thing. It's leaders who are willing to sit with this question: where are we doing harm even while we try to do good? And where is that harm landing? And who is absorbing the cost of that harm? So those are questions ethical leaders ask. They're uncomfortable as hell. The answers will probably not be funny, but those are the necessary questions if you want to truly embed ethical, human-centric care into your system. And then for the members in attendance, if burnout is the accumulation of 100,000 personal ethical breaches over a long period of time, then part of your burnout prevention toolkit is to withdraw your consent to playing a game that asks you to sacrifice yourself, that asks you to martyr yourself, that asks you to betray yourself. You don't have to change anything drastic about your life. You can withdraw consent at any given moment to answer that phone call. Reply to that WhatsApp later when you want to. You know, it's not illegal to not answer the phone while you're on the toilet. It's literally humanity expects you not to take the call. So you can withdraw consent at any given moment during a day to create that boundary for yourself. And if that's the only thing you do, then we can stop pretending we don't see the cost on the human beings who are trying to help the other human beings. Thank you.
Thank you.
Colleagues, a very big thank you and a small gesture from the COMENSA team are some gifts for each and every one of you. Your inputs touched all of us. I know I was writing profuse notes just to catch up with everything you were saying. Thank you so much for your wisdom and how our many stories matter. And it is a photo op as well. And while we do the photo op, we have to huddle in this area.
Can I be liberated from this?
Not yet. Your picture and your gift. We need to declare we gave gifts. We didn't take them home.
Photographic evidence.
We're being ethical. Photographic evidence. Turn your bags to show. Remember the hashtags, COMENSA at 20. Thank you so much. A big round of applause for this panel. Thank you very much for this relevant topic.
Thank you, everyone, for being here. You've heard the ethical considerations that have come through every single conversation. From Professor Bonang Mohale talking to ethical leadership, to our founding president talking to AI and some of the ethical considerations. And you've heard subsequently a couple of the panel discussions also touching on ethics. And our topic talks to social and ethical matters in coaching and mentorship. I'm going to dive straight in with the pressure that's been put on me by the program director, if you don't mind. Jared Mufulu happens to be one of our board members with HR background, but he also chairs the Social and Ethics Committee. So we are hearing about what the leadership of COMENSA is addressing in terms of ethics and social justice in particular. So Jared, if you can just touch on that for us to say, there were board conversations held, and we considered the ethical aspects of coaching and mentorship, even as we looked at the terms of reference as part of the Social and Ethics Committee, being part of the board subcommittee. But more importantly, we also looked at social justice, which was brought up by one of our members. What exactly is included in the terms of reference?
So good afternoon, coaches and mentors. I am trembling to listen to the challenges of the speakers after speakers raising the challenges that we face as coaches and mentors. At the board level, the board is looking very critically at social justice, amongst others, as an important element that COMENSA must be able to help the coaches to be able to impact the lives of the communities. Maybe where I should start is to mention that the SEC, the Social and Ethics Committee mandate, as a statutory committee of the board, is to monitor and report on the COMENSA's social and ethical conduct, as well as the members. So as the board, crisscrossing and supporting and working with the chapter committees around the country, members have raised questions around how far is COMENSA advancing the social justice of the members. And immediately the board responded by absolutely approving that the SEC must basically look into the policies and regulations that advances the social justice of the members. So, indeed, there is great work that is happening, and what we are seeing, listening to the speakers, is that that work continues to evolve, and it's basically changing over and a time again. So, other than that, the board has also approved the social and ethics framework that is meant to support the members as they interact with the communities to make impact on where they work. Thank you.
Thanks, Jared. Let me move to you, Andre Retief, as the MEXSEC Deputy Chair.
Yeah.
Maybe you can tell us a little bit about what MEXSEC stands for. But you're also a master mentor and a senior coach. What has been your biggest challenge in terms of ethical matters in your experience, given the hours of coaching and mentorship you've put into your practice?
Thank you, and good afternoon, everyone. It's already afternoon, the time's going by so quickly. So MEXSEC is an abbreviation, MCSC, and that is for membership criteria and standards of competence. So we look after the standards in the coaching and mentoring field. So a challenge came up some time ago where I was coaching a senior executive in quite a large organization, and he was identified as high potential and also being prepared for a more significant role in the future. And the coaching was sponsored by the organization themselves, and the expectations were quite clear around the leadership development, performance, and also readiness for promotion. But as the client became or trusted the coaching relationship more and more, he disclosed something, and it was this, that there were continuous or ongoing burnout and also emotional exhaustion. And this started to impact him in a way that he started to make decisions that he himself described as ethically questionable. So he was withholding critical information from the team and also, how can I put it, to appear more competent and not incompetent at all. And also this trying to maintain control over the team. Now I had to consider confidentiality versus the duty of care towards the client, the organization as a whole, and also towards the team and the trust in the team. And I also had to think the organization's paying for this, what about the growth for him as a leader? And it became quite an interesting conversation, and I had to start looking at what am I going to do? So I went and I revisited the contractual agreement we had, and I looked at the boundaries, the confidentiality, and some other aspects in that. And also, what are we going to do? Could I bring this into the coaching conversations or the coaching space and encourage him to disclose this, or should we just do avoidance? Should he take responsibility? What is it he going to do? So we ended up challenging his accountability, and also I obviously took this to supervision where it was a safe space without disclosing his identity. The result took some time to materialize, but it turned out to be a very positive one. And it was really about making getting the client to realize the impact even in his own leadership and his growth as a leader going forward. How would you want to be known as a leader? And to look at the whole picture, it turned out quite well. But we come across these ethical dilemmas, and the best is to unpack it and start with the basics and say, let's look at the contract again. Let's go for supervision and so on. Thank you.
Thanks, Andre. Now you've talked to internal and in-house organizational leadership. I want to move to you, Dr. Rika, if you don't mind. You've worked for many organizations. You are, or at least until recently, you've been the board deputy chair of the South African Board for People Practices. You've worked for a number of organizations. You know exactly what is expected of us as coaches and mentors within organizations. What is it that you specifically appeal to us as coaches and mentors to practice, to consider? And coming from the client's perspective, what is it that you would want us to be cognizant of?
Thank you. And hello, everybody. It is a loaded question that I think has so many facets to it. But if I can maybe unpack it in, I think 4 or 5 basic considerations, is that the mere fact that we speak about ethics imply diversity of thought. What I see as ethical is not necessarily what that organization views as that, or the person that comes to me or to a coach feels. Therefore, the compliance or the sign up to a type of ethical conduct or a professional standard is for me particularly important, because it's a way to transcend a vehicle in between. The second part for me has to do with my responsibility as coach to be as self-aware as I possibly can be about my stuff. If I don't have that really in place with my continuous development like today offers, then I'm not sure whether if I don't do my work, can I really be of help to somebody else? With that old reminder that we teach best what we need to learn most. The unresolved things in me, probably I see that in others as well if I'm not aware. It's also ethical for me. So I, from an organizational perspective, really would like to see what's the personal development that that individual coach have done. The third thing has to do with all the ethical considerations, right? That sit around things like confidentiality, the anonymous nature of shared information. When the coach speak up or not speak up, I recently had a person that I was quite sure is going to commit suicide, or at least there was a real threat. And what do you do with that information organization without harming the fourth thing, the multiple shareholder expectations? If it's not for development purposes, often the people that is sent to coaches are the problem children of that organization, and probably the best leaders too, because they speak up. Then coaching will not fix them, really. So how that is being sold, positioned by a coaching partner for me, us, is particularly important. How we contract that mandate, what we share and don't share in that regard. And I guess what has been preoccupying me more and more and more and more is cultural, contextual awareness, multicultural awareness, as to things of how do we frame identity, which is so different in different nationalities, our time frame of discretion. So, for example, if it is a real spiral dynamics is really helpful. Adult development psychology is really helpful there, in terms of what is time for me and my need to help that person to do better in that aspect, or the organizational need, maybe discriminating really against the way that, or the gifts really that some people offer. And then how arrogant we can be if we think, or coaches can be if they think they can fix things. So there's a huge responsibility for me on all of us to be as vulnerable as we can be, as aware of our own practices, to go to mentorship, to go to that. I go to supervision, I make very sure of that. The latest case that I had there, and that's how I will wrap up, is with a case where another coaching client, I was in a executive position in the organization, and there was a group of coaches that did the coaching, but they spoke out of those sessions to the CEO, and he loved it. He really loved it. And how to deal with that situation was particularly hard. So if I engage with coaches organizationally, I'm a coach myself as well, for me, I contract on those, what's possible, not possible, and I really protect the coachee. I will walk away from something if it is hurting that relationship. Contextual intelligence, or your own adaptation, for me is the most important. Thank you.
Thanks, Dr. Rika. I feel like there's a bit of intimacy happening here with the sharing of the mic as well. Dr. Jean, you've also worked for a number of organizations, leadership coaching, but I also am aware, reading your profile, that you're also involved in supervision of coaches. Is there enough being done around the supervision of coaches, both in-house and external coaches who might be practicing as consultants to organizations? What are your comments on that? And if supervision is not taking place, what are the ethical implications of that?
So I'm going to be honest. About 10 years ago, I fell into supervision because it was a gift given to me, and I'd been coaching for a long time. I said, why do I need this? I'm qualified as a senior kind of coach, and now what do I need this? Then when I was doing the studies, I bumped into new things I hadn't seen before. Then when I started doing my research for my PhD, I found other elements that came forth. And I'd like to link them all together for you to say, hands up, who works with leaders or in organizations of those staff who have impact on others? Hands up. Okay? We have a ripple effect even if we don't realize it. So even if you're doing one-on-one coaching or you're doing coaching in an organization as part of the leadership development, it's how do you integrate what's happening in their systems. We might have our own biases, we might have our own values that we might not be aware of that could be impacting as you step into that organization. What supervision does, it is just a lens, a space to reflect. What am I not seeing? You could be trained on one of your models. But as you go and reflect on your model, what are you not using in your model? And what is that telling you, either about your own practice or the system you're stepping into? So maybe they don't do a lot of it domain stuff, or they do a lot of thinking space, and you move into that thinking space as opposed to how can you integrate it all together? So the biggest thing I learned is, yes, I get a leadership person and I need to coach them. Then I get all this information around there's something in the system, but my contract doesn't tell how can I share that information with the sponsor of the program. What supervision can do if an organization takes it in as well, we work with confidentiality. So if Andre's coaching one individual and he goes and shares that information with the sponsor of the program, they will know who the information is coming from. But if it's a collective, a whole lot of coaches in an organization, they're able to share in supervision, whether it's individual or group, and the supervisor then can have a contract to say, we would like to share the information that you've been doing a leadership development program with your leaders. You've also assigned them a coach, so it's in silos almost. And what we're learning is as this person is developing and growing, trends are changing. So how do you then integrate that back into your leadership development program, the classes they're attending, the online programs? How do you integrate all of that into the system? So I'm going to challenge all of you, because most of you put your hands up, is as you're stepping into those spaces, how are you challenging the businesses or the organizations you're in to say, how are we able to give valuable information back to you that's going to integrate into your system to keep the learning and development happening, not just from a coaching isolated situation, but how do we integrate it all together? And we work in silos, but I'm challenging you. You have the ripple effect. How do you bring it? If you're not sure, speak to a mentor. Mentors go with your core competencies, but supervisors can go with ethical dilemmas, ethical issues. I'm coaching a leader and I'm coaching the subordinate. Now, how do I stay neutral in those conversations? What is your bias? I come from a background of corporate. Could that also be a bias that I have? And the questions that I ask as a coach. So challenge yourself. What can you change in the system to keep the professional of coaching alive and linking into mentors or supervisors?
While I still have you on stage, so to speak, let's expand that, because I'm also aware that you practice on the African continent.
Yep.
Let's expand that to the cultural differences, the nuances that are different from one country to the next. What's been your experience there? Just unpack that for us, especially in the corporate environment.
So the biggest thing we get taught as a coach is to stay curious. So I've had to learn to stay very curious, because when you're in a boardroom in Malawi, and everybody looks the same, but when you actually start to ask questions, this one comes from this tribe, this one comes from this tribe, and these tribes don't talk to each other. But now they've got to share the boardroom table. What I also learned is going to explore the country I was in, that there's a big gap between low income and high income. There's no middle. You don't know that if you just go coach online and don't ask the questions. So my invitation to you is, if you're going into any space, Europe is different because I coach there too. They have a very different language, a different system they play in. But you become curious around the systems you're stepping into, whether it's cultural differences, whether it's tribal differences, whether it's I can look you in the eyes when I'm working with you, or I actually can't. How do we work together? If you work in more the Egypt space, I find it a language issue because it's more French. But then I'm like, okay, but what is the essence of what they're trying to tell me? So staying curious and not trying to make assumptions about things. Because I grew up in small towns, so when I say I come from a small town, everybody assumes I know this. I said, no, my experience is different to yours, so let's have a conversation, even if it's broken telephone because it's not quite in the dialect you're used to, but that makes it more. I'm curious, what does that word mean to you? Because it means something different to me. I don't know if that answers your question.
Very interesting, because I mean, as COMENSA, we are looking to expand into the rest of the African continent, right? In enlarging our footprint. So some considerations there for sure. But let me give you a breather, because I'm really deep diving into this conversation with you. Dr. Rika, you've worked on the African continent as well, but especially with the community. What's been your experience in the coaching space around that?
I must say that my interface typically is organization to the community. But then I'm blessed with being able to work in the community in that context too. So I had to learn very hard in Ghana that I need to ask the tribal leader or the elder first, the Nana, to go and ask, am I allowed there in? And then I went left instead of right. So it's things like that. I'm overwhelmed with the wisdom that people have that we think they probably don't have because of Western education. So I think the mistake that I made when I was not so interactive in that space was mostly one of, let me help you, and this is a way, and it can be better if you ask different questions. What is better? Maybe I need better. Some of the things that I learned in terms of relatedness, empathy, things like that, is profoundly beautiful in Africa. It's profoundly beautiful. So I'm reminded of one case where I tried to explain systems thinking in a small town. It was in Damang in Ghana, and it was to do this decision has an impact there, you know, and I wanted, and this guy told me, the elder told me, for a Bruni, you are very stupid. That's a white-skinned person, right? Overseas, you are very stupid. You don't upset the crocodile if you want to cross the river. It's easy. Exactly. You don't fight the system head on, you find the space in where it's easier. Some things that we think is so clever, we just have forgotten. So I guess that inquisitive part that you mentioned for me is critical, and also to really dance with it, because you can be so surprised of the wisdom. I find it very hard to deal with poverty. Recently I worked a lot in the DRC and in Angola, and I find it hard. And I find it quite, one conversation, if I can share this, was in the Congo, just after Trump went in and he stopped illegal mining there suddenly, and it's China, local government and America now that wants oil and copper. So impact on the community, terrible, and violence in the community. Up to January this year, they could do what artisan mining that we call illegal mining in South Africa. It wasn't regulated. So overnight, people's income were disrupted. And I would ask, but why continuing this way? And they would say, just give us weapons, we want to be safe. The same thing happened here in community, one of the local spaces here, not the same, something similar, where it's an executive that I wanted to coach and say, hey, come on, you cannot fight like that. And he asked me, but if that is my superpower, I've survived the streets of this local place here in South Africa. And I can do that well. How can I stop fighting if that is what I've been doing? It's much more ingrained in us as well. If one look at what happened in our context, all of our context here in the last 3 generations in your life, there would have been a war. What about that intergenerational conflict, trauma? We have, if it's not slavery in Africa, we have tremendous poverty, and we have, in South Africa, apartheid, we have colonialism. So I think we have so much to heal from, and just maybe we can find ways that heal us as well in our interaction. I'm not scared. I'm not scared to say, just don't now help me to understand better. And then it goes anyway. So it's a very difficult question that you ask. I think we must do a hell of a lot for our youth. Whatever that is, whether it is helping parents to deal with that. There's one project that I work with currently on boy children and helping them to, not helping, providing alternative modalities or imagery of what does it mean to be a healthy adult one day. Whatever we can do, if we can extend it there, and just don't judge. Just don't judge. You will be surprised. Oh, I'm surprised. Thank you.
Thanks, Dr. Rika. Andre, if I may come back to you. One of the challenges I posed to you was, what would be your favorite question in relation to other community or social justice? And you came up with quite a few. Have you made a decision on what your favorite is there, and how would you tackle it?
I think the question is, how do we make coaching more accessible and more inclusive? So I would say that it's largely positioned as a very premium service that we offer, and that creates barriers, and a lot of people's excluded. So my question would be, should we lower our fees for coaching? You probably all cringe and say, no, never. It's not about that. It's about broadening how coaching shows up. And that could be group coaching. It could also be community-based coaching. Or also, how can we implement this into our education system? Also partnering with organizations where we could have more access to people that don't usually have access to coaching. So I think there's also a mindset shift that's required to see this as, if we believe the transformative power of coaching, I think it becomes a social responsibility and not just an economic offering that we do. So in the end, it's about how can I say, ensuring people can feel seen, can feel heard, and also understood in the coaching space.
Thanks, Andre. I pose a similar question to you as well, Jared. What would be your favorite question, and how would you respond to that?
Thank you. My favorite question really would be, what am I, as a coach, develop exactly what is instead of judging the client or the environment in which they are, how do I continue to develop my own curiosity to understand the client's challenges? As my fellow panelists have said, not to think the simple few questions would basically help the client. How do I continue to develop that curious mind and make sure that the client would certainly come to understand his or her own challenges and figure it out? So I suppose that's a continual challenge that we as coaches and mentors must continue to work on, to basically assist our clients to figure it out without necessarily bringing our own prejudices or environments and think they will work. So that would be my question.
Okay. Thanks, Jared. Now, as we are coming down to questions with the audience, what is that one question, ethical question, especially as we unpack ethics in coaching and mentorship, and to a certain extent, the social considerations as well? What is that one question that I didn't get to ask you that you would have liked me to ask you?
Yes.
What is the one question that you can? Oh, okay. Thank you for asking that. How can coaching ethically, right, become a science, an art, and a craft simultaneously? Where the science part of it has a type of a model or a framework that is multiculturally sensitive, I guess, or inclusive. And you can almost, in a way, quantify for business needs the growth of the individual in an ethical way. There's a very good case study of Sabanya Stillwater, how they use psychometrics, but in a way that hit the individual way in a collective and on averages or means quantify shifts. But then it is the art part of it that becomes my own skill capability that it's for me so ethical to do that, to ensure that I am the best version that I can be of my art. And then, of course, for me, it's the craft. My way is different from anybody else's way, and then that's the alchemy, the magic. And if something takes away our magic, is it ethical? And how do we then dance in a way together that creates, I don't want to say consciousness, but something more aware than what it was before we have worked together? Else I also am maybe in there for the money and not for transforming. It sounds arrogant, right? But transforming the insights of self or the other person really, or the organization even. So I guess that would have been the question that I would like to answer.
Thanks, Dr. Rika. Jared, what's the one question you would have liked me to ask you that I didn't ask?
Yes, probably that question would be, how can COMENSA really energize coaches and mentors to collaborate at a different level, to pool our knowledge and abilities to work together to impact and support the communities that we are supposed to serve? I think that would be the real greatest challenge that we face, to say how, as individuals, with our own social and economic challenges, in terms of making these powerful interventions support the communities and make impact, how can I lend my shoulder to the next coach and mentor to collaborate so that we can really get much better impact to the communities, especially those that are not able to access and afford these interventions?
Thanks, Jared. Dr. Jean, what is that one question?
So I'm a coach, so I have to ask the audience the question. Think to yourself, you are great at what you do. You get the people that you're working with to step out of their comfort zones and challenge themselves. How are you stepping out of your comfort zones and keep challenging yourselves in your practice, in your profession, and you as coach?
And Andre, as we wrap up?
I think it's about what inner work must we as coaches do ourselves to show up in an ethical manner. And I think it's really to develop our self-awareness, to become aware of our boundaries, our triggers, our, what's the word? I can't think of the word now. Biases, yes. And just to actually then take that and say, okay, let's sit in this uncomfortable space if it happens. But I think one of the strong things that come out is coach supervision or mentor supervision.
Thanks, Andre. We're opening up for questions. Wow, gosh. All right, there's a question right there.
So I've heard a lot about ethics. Ethics. Yep. I coach in corporate, and I coach executives, women, and I find that sometimes they're not looking for a coach. It's not about performance because they already high performers. But you find that personally, they are struggling so much. So they don't need me to be a coach and work on their goals and the next steps, right? They're looking for somebody to see them as human beings, just as another human being. So I find that me as a coach, the lines become fuddled. I'm a coach, I'm a mentor, and I'm something in between. You know, some of my clients call me sis, and I don't think it's because I'm older than them. But I think in that space, you provide what the client needs most, right? It may not be coaching as we know it, and it may not necessarily be mentoring, but it's just being there and holding a space for another human being. And I'm wondering, I mean, if a supervisor had to listen to my recording, a COMENSA or ICF, they'll probably think, what the heck is Paco doing in this session? But it's beneficial to the client. So are we at a point where we can accept that there's fluidity to coaching? It's not rigid. It can't be rigid. Thank you.
Thank you for the question. Inherent in there. And what I'm hearing you pose is that as coaches, we need to meet the client where they're at. And that forms part of our deep practice. Any comments?
From a supervisor point of view, it's then how are you contracting with your client? Be clear. I'm moving from being your coach, I'm now going to your mentor. Because what happens in our profession then, the lines get blurred. And our clients then say, oh, but I went to my coach, but this is the advice they gave me. Then you're blurring the industry. So how do you hold your line to say, I am contracting with this, but also we're working with human beings. Is how are you working with them holistically? Because how they show up at home, how they show up at work has an impact on how they lead as well. So how are you setting the goal then might not be like the goal for I need to be the best leader, but how do I change my life that's happening now to actually inform that I can still be that best leader later? So for me, in the ideal world is contracting. And it's then it doesn't blur the lines from an ethical point of view.
Thank you so much. Very interesting. I also heard from this morning about the word ethics. Ethics. And I think that is very great. But as long as we as coaches, as mentors, we don't coach and mentor the whole person, I think we'll be just scratching the surface. So the issue of blurred lines, it's because we are too technical. And if we remain at a technical level, I don't think we'll be able to really achieve what we want. What we want is to build relationships. And building relationships, you need to navigate this river of ethics, I agree. But if you focus too much on it, you may not achieve what you really want, which is to mentor, to coach this whole person. This reminds me of one of the greatest figures in history, in a Sesotho culture called Mohlomi. The story says he mentored a very young man who was rebellious, who was really rebellious, and he was doing all sorts of things. And he didn't really sign the contract, for example, but he saw something out of this young man. And that was, this person is going to be one of the greatest leaders. And he did become one of the greatest leaders in Southern Africa by coaching him, by mentoring as a whole person. I think there's so much we can learn from that gentleman. Thank you.
Thanks for that. I once heard one of the very high-profile coaches talk about, as coaches, ethics is our North Star. So how are you following that North Star would be the question I would pose as well, as a challenging question for you, as I heard your comments. Thank you, Program Director. I'd like to think that we can pause at this point. I'm only told now that the timing or the timer is not quite working, and I've been guided by that. So I hope I did live up to the expectations on managing the time accordingly. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We're going to get into a talk with Dr. Peggy Marshall at 14:30. Dr. Peggy Marshall is an author and founder of Global Institute of Organizational Coaching, hailing from Arizona in the US of A. It's such old English, right? Woo-hoo!
Thank you. I'm always excited to be back in South Africa. I have been working with folks in my tribe, my team in South Africa since 2019. We have a strong presence with the Global IOC here, and so it feels like coming home to my second home. So I want to start today talking about systems thinking and how we engage in system thinking and mapping the terrain of the individual that we are working with. On March 13th, I rang the bell because my radiation had been completed and I was on to the next phase. I rang the bell at 9 in the morning, and at 4 in the afternoon, I found out that it wasn't. And the reason it wasn't is because the doctors did not map the terrain. The doctors looked at one piece of data and were high-fiving me the whole time through the process, and there were 3 other pieces of data that they ignored. And so I've spent the last month looking at how do I map the terrain for myself. And as I did that, I became passionate about how we map the terrain for our clients, because I was living the experience of mapping the terrain for me, but then I started looking at what does it mean to be a systems thinker, and how do we map the terrain for those people we work with. Earlier, there were a number of presentations this morning that talked about this very thing of systems thinking. So we are all starting to engage on what does it mean to map the terrain for the person is sitting in front of us. So today, we're going to talk about what is the terrain you are assessing? What are you using to assess the terrain? Then we're going to talk about the individual as a system. Then we're going to talk about the organization as a system, followed by the reading both together, because we can't see one without the other, and we'll pull that together. And then we're going to talk about the aligned organization. How do we pull this forward in our thinking about organizations and how they align? And then the invitation for you to think more broadly about the work that you're doing as a coach mapping the terrain of a client. So the instinct to map the terrain is to focus on the person in front of you. About a month ago, I had a former client call me up and say, hey, I want to do some more coaching with you. And I said, okay, that's great. I knew her from some work we had done maybe a couple of years ago. And I said, so what do you want to do? And she said, I want to prepare to take over my leader's role. It looks like my leader is going to have a new opportunity, and I want to be ready to do that role. And I was like, yes, that's the work I love doing. Okay, so we're going to get your leader's job description. We're going to talk about how your leader is doing things within your organization, and we're just going to keep going, and we're going to get you promoted. And in the conversation, she says, oh, I have to add a piece. My husband doesn't want me promoted. I was like, oh, that's just a little piece. Like, we don't have to worry about that. So then I stepped back and I said, tell me more about that. And she was telling me more about how her husband doesn't support her and he doesn't want her to advance, and he really kind of puts her down. And then she shared that she's in therapy for it. So I was like, okay, so now we have some systems coming together. So tell me, what's the support for you to move into that role in your organization? She's like, oh, they're totally supportive of me. But if I hadn't asked her about, if she hadn't shared, I probably would have asked her, so what's your family life and what's the support like for you there? But we hear a piece of data and we want to move forward because we love solutions. And that's where we think. We immediately think, what is the solution we need to put forward so we can coach this individual? But what we want to think about is that the person that's in front of us has patterns. And how did those patterns become created? And they're created in their organizational life, they're created in their family life, they're created in the ways they grew up. And so we have to stop and ask, what are all the impacts that are going on for that individual so we can see the big picture, so we can see the system. And that's what we are talking about when we say systems thinking. What is that system? So what are the two components of the system? Obviously, there's more, but if we just look at breaking it down into the individual has patterns, has beliefs, has narratives, they have an emotional state. We talked about regulated state this morning. They have an identity, the logic that keeps them safe, the stories they tell themselves to keep them safe, and behavior as information. Behavior might not be a problem, it's just information, it's a pattern. So the work that I have been doing over the last 50 years has been to look at behaviors. Now I look at patterns. And the reason I call them patterns is we don't judge patterns. Patterns exist. They're not good or bad. We decide whether those patterns are taking us where we want to go. Because when we talk to people about behaviors, they get a little into shame. They get a little into judgment. So instead, I'm like, it's a pattern. So I have an individual I've been working with he's a sales guy. I've been working with him for about 6 months. And a couple of weeks ago, he asked me, how long till the pattern is broken? And I said, as long as it takes. Okay, so I said, but we're not going to call it a bad pattern. It's the thing that's showing up, and it's the thing you don't want to do anymore. And in order to break it, you can't shame yourself. You can't have self-talk about how it's a bad pattern. It's the pattern that doesn't take you where you want to go. So what are the little pieces we start to break away from that pattern? And then we look at the system that the individual is within. So it's the culture, the structure, the incentives. He's a salesman. So there's a different culture in the way he interacts with his world. And the relationships, the invisible field. His boss is a highly critical boss without realizing he's highly critical. So now he's in this critical system. The force of the system acts upon every person you coach. You are not coaching a pattern simply. You are not coaching a behavior simply. You're coaching the extended pattern of all the reaches of that individual. And so we're going to talk about how systems maintain what's going on for our clients along with what's going on with the individual. So we're going to start with my 3 favorite people. One of the things I am is a high theoretic. So I want to know that information is true. And so my presentation today is going to bring 9 authors for you to think about with some information woven into it, so you know where to go if you want more. 30 minutes, we're just touching the idea. But what you will have when you're done with the slides is you know where to go to have more information. So we're trained to see people. Systems thinking asks us to see the patterns that people are moving through. So Kahneman. Many of us know Kahneman. If you had an economics class, it was hard to avoid Kahneman. But when I first read about Kahneman, I couldn't get my head around it because I didn't understand it. But now I understand Kahneman so deeply because Systems 1 is just being expedient. Looking at what's in front of you and what's the next step. What's the one thing we're seeing? So it's automatic, it's pattern driven. We had neuroscience this morning that's talking about how the brain works. It's just cascading down the neural pathway into doing what you've always done. That's the pattern. It operates beneath conscious awareness. We don't even realize we're doing it. You have patterns all day long. You get up and you act upon your patterns. And then you go to bed and you get up the next day and you act upon your patterns. These are habits. These are the habits that we are engaging in and day out. And it drives organizational behavior because it's easy. It can be sustained. We don't try to break patterns because it takes time and a lot of energy. Systems 2 thinking is slow. It's deliberate. If your personality moves fast, this is agonizing. It helps us be more reflective. I mean, we use Clutterbuck a lot in our work where we're talking about the reflective practitioner. You can't be Systems 1 if you're in reflection. So how do we reflect? And how do we think about what that capability is for change? But it requires attention. And it requires vulnerability. And it requires naming things that are going on for people. So it's not just a solution. When I was starting to pull these slides together, I was thinking about the evolution of coaching. And when we think about how coaching started, it started in the mindset of the sport coach. And you told people what to do. You move here, you move there, you move over there. And then we got into solutions-based coaching, and Tony Grant down in Australia brought a lot of engagement and a lot of insights into solutions. Solution-based. You got a problem? Here's the solution. And then Stelter in Denmark brought us 3.0 coaching. And 3.0 coaching is to find out what the person values. And from what they value, what is the story? What is the narrative? And then how do we move forward with building the plan? So he doesn't start with the plan. We start with plans. How do we get out of that system of, you got a problem, let's solve it, to what are all the pieces of the problem in order to see the system that is impacting it? So when your client is difficult or resistant or stuck, they are being consistent with how they move through the world. It's not like they are resisting you. They're being consistent with their own beliefs, the stories they tell, and their emotional responses that keep them safe. Our stories keep us safe. So when we begin examining those stories, we're working with the vulnerabilities of our clients. So for the coach, behavior is information about the system. The pattern I live inside makes sense to me. It may not make sense to you, but it makes sense to me. And the presenting issue is rarely the real terrain. It is our obligation to ask one more question, two more questions, to really know what's going on. When my client shares that her husband doesn't support her, what's going on? How are you using that to inform your desire for a promotion? How are you integrating that in? What is the work that comes together between your therapist and the work we're doing at coaching as we're going the way forward? She has patterns to break because she's in the middle between the system of what her husband wants for her and what she wants for her. And she has to think about that pattern that she has lived inside of. So then we talk about Keegan. Keegan is one of my favorite guys. He's from Harvard, and he has a book called Immunity to Change. But he also wrote a book, In Over Our Heads, which talks about the human system and how people are thinking in terms of how they're affected by the social self and by the essential self. So Keegan says, people don't resist change because they lack motivation or skill. They resist because they have hidden competing commitments that are just as real or just as powerful and almost completely invisible to them. So we do a lot of work around competing commitments. And you don't realize what those competing commitments are with your client until you surface them. Yes, we say, what do you think will hold you back? What do you think will get in your way? But when you start saying, what are competing commitments that might hold you back or get in your way, now we're digging into the real obstacles of what's going on, because sometimes we don't even realize we made a commitment. So when we talk about the immunity map, we look at what is it they say they want, then we ask, what do they actually do? And what's in the gap? People are telling us all the time they want to, let's just say they want to lose weight, okay? But they're eating food that doesn't lead to losing weight. So what do they actually want? What's working against them? And then what's the hidden commitment? The hidden commitment might be, I want to be comfortable. I don't want the discomfort of real change. I don't want to stretch myself into a new role because I'm safe. It's consistent here. I'm complacent. And so how do we help them move? Because there is that hidden commitment, and there is an assumption that's beneath that hidden commitment that is the belief beneath the behavior. That could be, I don't deserve the new role. I don't deserve the thing I'm trying to go towards. So we have to uncover the patterns, the beliefs that are behind the behaviors of the person. So first we talked about Kahneman and systems 1, systems 2. My understanding or my thinking is your client is probably in systems 1, and you're trying to move them to systems 2 by asking a lot of questions of what's holding the behavior in place. And so we go through what Keegan says when we talk about immunity to change. And then we stop in this section on the individual to talk about Carol Dweck. And Dweck says that identity is the operating system. How I identify myself is underneath everything. What's on top is my mindset. All of our work on mindset talks about what's the skill gap. Does the person need skill development? Do they need training? Do they need practice? Do they need feedback? What's the belief gap? We're working a lot when we're talking about patterns in the belief gap. What is the story we tell ourselves about what is possible and what keeps us frozen? And so we have to do some narrative work around the stories that the person is sharing, and then the identity gap of who I really am. My sense of self cannot survive the growth. There's a book called The Big Leap, and it's by Gay Hendricks, and he talks about staying complacent versus moving to your genius zone. Am I allowed to live passionately? Am I allowed to live the life I came to live? Or is there some internal barrier that we as coaches have to surface so people can move forward? So that's the individual. Let's talk about the landing point. The individual in front of you is a system in motion, shaped by their history, protected by their patterns, and operating from a logic that makes complete sense for them. This is when we get into our curiosity. We get into our questions. Can you remember when you first started thinking this way? I have a lot of women leaders that I work with. When did you first believe that you weren't capable of moving forward? We use a book on leadership, Goldsmith and Helgeson. The book that they have written are all of the 10 beliefs that hold women back. So what is in those beliefs, and which one of those are yours? How do we dig into those beliefs? When did those beliefs become true for you? And so now we get curious into that system. Your job as a coach is not to override their system, but to help them see the system. If we can't see the system we are living inside, we cannot change it. So how do we bring that work forward? Help them see it, because you can't change what you cannot see. And here's where it gets interesting, because that individual system doesn't exist in isolation. You've been marginalized in meetings. You've been talked down to. You've been dismissed. You've tried to get other jobs. I have a client that called me a couple weeks ago and said that her boss scheduled a meeting with her, and it was because she had disciplined somebody. That person went to the CEO, and the CEO told her boss to fix it. He started the conversation with her by saying, "I know you're ambitious." So she knew right away where the rest of the conversation was going. And her ability to move within the system was probably restricted. So we're building a plan for how she can have voice in the system, but she's probably not going to be promoted in that group. So she's in the system. And so now we're going to go to talk about the system. Maybe? Okay. So when we see the organization as a system, we're going to use three authors to pull that together. So we have Sengi, we have Shoin, and we have Metals. Every person you coach is standing in a field you cannot see. That is why curiosity is so important to coaching, because you have to unearth what you cannot see. So we start with Sengi, who has done a lot of work with the structure beneath the system. In the fifth discipline, so maybe some of you have seen some of this work. I know I'm using a lot of American work, and I hope you have had a chance to see it. And if you haven't, the last slide gives you a review of and notations of the work I'm using. Most organization problems are not people problems. 20 years ago, when I was working in organizations, I was like, let's solve for the process problems, and then let's look at the people problems. But we don't do that. We think we can correct people, change people, and the process will then work. But we have to work in tandem. It's a people and a process. So Sengi talks about, in organization, fixes that fail. We're always looking for the short-term fix. Systems one thinking. What is A plus B equals C, and we ignore D, E, and F. How do we engage organizations to think, what else could it be? When's the last time you sat with an organization that was trying to solve a problem and we ask the question, what else could it be? That's going beyond what's causing the problem. It's not just the person. So when the CEO told the senior vice president to tell my client to fix it, that is systems one thinking, and that's how it cascades in this organization. Fix it, I don't want to hear about it anymore. Instead of saying, do we have a problem that somebody comes to the CEO to solve a third or fourth level down? Is that the problem? Or is the problem that this person, they heard one side of the issue? Or is the problem that they only heard one side of the issue? So we didn't ask, what else could it be? So that's a short-term fix, and it's going to fail. It's going to fail my client, but she's going to rise above. She's an amazing client. Shifting the burden, going symptomatic fixes. What's the symptom? Here's a problem. Let's just put a fix in. So we shift the burden without really thinking about what are the issues that connect to the problem, and eroding goals. Pressure causes lowering of standards over time. So for a coach, when your client keeps hitting the same wall, is this a person problem or a system problem expressing itself through the person? The example I just gave you is a system problem. This organization I've worked with for 8 years, and they are notorious for going behind the problem to HR or to another leader to solve the problem in a systems one way. Fix it. Problem, fix it. Problem, solution. So Sengi says we got to move outside the system archetypes. What are the patterns of behavior that are showing up in this organization? So Shine talks about the culture. And when I was looking at Shine, I want to start by talking about, I look at his work and I think about Tuckman's work on forming, storming, norming, and performing. This is where that ties together. So the artifacts are what you can see, the behaviors, the structures, the processes, the symbols, and that's the storming. So we create those artifacts as part of the storming. And then what are our values, and are we living into those values? What people say they believe, and the norms that are created from that. So if we have a norm that we can come into a team meeting, bring our cell phones in, and use our cell phones while we are in a team meeting, we have created a norm. Those are our espoused values. We get to do what we want to do when we want to do it versus what is in the best interest of the team. And then the basic underlying assumptions for the culture. What actually drives decisions, unspoken, unconscious, and unquestioned. We have to be able to surface the artifacts, the espoused values, and the underlying assumptions. We have to ask the question, what is the system doing, not what it says it's doing? What's in the gap? What are our espoused values? What are we actually doing, and what's in the gap? And then Meadows talks about leverage points in the systems. Where are those leverage points in the systems? We do systems when thinking, but when we focus on numbers and rules, on incentive structures, what are we incentivizing? Does that incentivizing bring us the behaviors we want? Does it develop the patterns we want? Or is it working against it? How the information flows, and then the regulations and the policies. When I think of Meadows, I think of the story that the organization is living. And earlier, it hit me when we were talking about wellness programs, and we want a healthy organization, but we want people to work 50 hours or 60 hours. And we want them to work weekends. We want them to take work home. So here's what we want, and here's what we expect are different. The story is we want high performance no matter what it costs. So we look at this pillar and we say, the most powerful place to intervene in any system is to ask the question of the mindset or paradigm, the story the system is living, from which the system arises. So what is the story? We are employee friendly. We want our employees to be well. We want employees to take care of themselves, but we're asking them to work 40 and 50 hours or 50 and 60 hours a week. Coaching done at the systems level is not a soft skill. It means really digging in, and it's the highest leverage you as a coach, as an intervention that's available, is to be able to talk both the individual and the system. And I heard that this morning, where we have to be able to go, when we're working with an individual within a system, how do we create pathways to work within the system as well, and educate leaders in the system without betraying confidence of what we're working on. And sometimes we don't have that capability, but when we do, we have to work in terms of what's the individual and what's the system that's being presented to us. We have to do them both at the same time. How do we read them both at the same time? We don't choose between seeing the person and seeing the system. Sometimes we can't change the system, but sometimes acknowledging the system is enough to help the person change their story. When we don't learn to hold both at the same time in the same conversation, we create a breakdown. So what does Bateson say about the pattern that connects these two things together? The most important information in any coaching conversation is not what's being said, it's the pattern of how it is being said. Not what is being said, but what's behind that in the pattern. For coaches, the difference that makes a difference is listen to the pattern beneath the content, not just the content itself. What is the pattern that is creating what's happening? The story you tell your client about the story your client tells about the organization reveals how the organization has shaped them. Does the organization foster our growth, or does the organization put confinement around it? Do we have advocacy as we move through our organization, or is that suppressed? The story they tell themselves reveals how they learn to survive inside of it. So many times, what we're moving through is the story we tell ourselves that is a story of survival. And then your job is to see the connection and name it. Okay, so system blindness. We're blind to the system. So this one you really will understand. The leader, the middle manager, and the people that report to them. We know there are three different components here. The leader sees something totally different than what the middle manager sees, than what the lower level employee sees. So their experience is very different. Unless you can pull those three things together when you're working in an organization, you are missing part of it. So the leader feels overwhelmed because they can't do anything but say, like the SVP that said, just stop, wasn't fixing anything. The problem is going behind my VP's back to the CEO. That's the problem. Just say, don't do this anymore, is not solving it. But he had to do what his CEO said, because if the CEO asks him, did you solve it? He has to say yes. The middle, my client is in the middle because she's pulled between doing what he says and honoring herself, honoring her own advocacy. And that's what happens for the people even below, is that they feel unseen. So you have the leader, the middle manager, and the people that are making work happen, and they feel unseen. So we have to recognize that this is all part of a system, from moving from anxiety to conflict avoidance. I'm just going to try to make both sides happy, to being more of who you are. So think about that with my client. So where does your attention come from before it becomes action? We listen from habit. We confirm what we already know. Somebody says something and it confirms what we already know. We look for facts, listening to data, noticing differences and then surprises. Then we listen empathetically. What is the client saying? Can we see through their eyes? And then we get to generative. What is emerging? I always say the best part of a coaching conversation is the last 10 minutes. And it's the last 10 minutes because that's when the client finally tells us what's wrong. But we only have 10 minutes. But that's when it becomes generative, right? So we want to be able to get to the generative part of the conversation earlier so we can really work it from a systems perspective. So what are those 4 lenses and what do they reveal about the system? Bateson says, what patterns keep showing up regardless of who's involved? Let's find those patterns. What does the system reward that it says it doesn't? It rewards overextension. It rewards 50 hours, not 40. Where is this person standing? And what does that position do to people? So are they in those 4 spaces or 3 spaces of top, middle, or lower? And what is trying to come forward? What is trying to emerge that hasn't been named yet? Those are the lenses. Let's talk about how we work in aligned organizations. Purpose and conversation. Individual and organizational purpose are aligned. So how do we bring those into alignment? Patterns are named, not managed. Patterns are not bad. They are patterns of how we act. Do they take us where we want to go, or do they take us away from where we're going? Development in the real system. Position-aware development. What is really going on? Are you working with the top, the middle, or the lower? And how do we help develop people in the spaces they are for future development as well? And the paradigm, the story is conscious. The organization knows the story we're telling, and the organization knows the story we're living into. You are the connective tissue of a system that is trying to become conscious of itself. When we build systems to thinking into the way we behave within an organization, we start changing not only individual, but we change the systems. You don't have to wait for organizations to become aligned before you start coaching systematically. You can do it from where you are. Start where you are, look for the patterns, look for what's emerging, and then look for how you can move it forward. So I'm going to give you these slides, but this is what we talked about. Kahneman's talking about what's invisible, system 1, system 2. Keegan talked about what's hidden. Where are those hidden commitments? Dweck talks about what is the identity of your client. Senge talks about the structure beneath the behavior. Shine talks about the culture that is operating under the culture, what we say we are and what we're really doing. Meadows says the story tells us where the power is. Bateson says that we look at the pattern that connects them both. Oshry says there's system blindness. And are we surfacing where there is system blindness? And Sharma says presence enables transformation. How we show up and how we are present is what helps that organization transform. So the invitation is, what is the larger system trying to express through this person? They have their own system, but they're in another system. And what would be possible if people could see it? This question will change how you listen. It will change what you notice. And it will also change the quality of how you show up in conversations. The world doesn't need more coaches with good questions. It needs coaches who can see the whole terrain and who are brave enough to work at this level where real change lives. And that's who you already are because you're sitting in this room. So how do you take what you've learned today and think about the person who is a system and how you are mapping their terrain in a different way to help them become who they can become through system sites. So you'll have the slides, you have where I took the articles from. And so thank you for spending a half an hour with me this afternoon as we talk about how we can really help people work as a system and understand how that system breaks down. Question?
I am super, super proud of you, Peggy.
Yes, I did it. 30
You
minutes.
did it. And I had to hold myself to not come up because we had taken 15 minutes of your time and you were able to generously share and just like inspire us in so many different ways. I know our next speaker is teed up. Can we take one question?
Yeah, let's take one question.
I know it's a tall order. Just
One.
one question. Yes, Doc. Where the mic for the recording will help.
Absolutely amazing. How do you go through the stage one, which is contracting with the organization, so that it allows your lens beyond the individual into the system?
So how do you get a company, an organization to go to stage 2?
Yes, in your contracting stage, because there are frictions in going beyond the individual, which is you're primarily contracted to.
Ask me, go a little bit deeper with that question. You're talking about contracting with the organization.
So when you're brought in as a coach, and I think the last panel before lunch talked about you're working with the individual. How do you broaden your lens? Because you're aware that that individual exists within your system, the sort of integral part
Okay.
of that. How do you go beyond that contracting? Because I think sometimes that is the blockage.
I set it up at the beginning. I set it up at the beginning because if we can't have a systems conversation, and I also have a mantra that says, if you broke it, I'm not fixing it. Okay? And so when I say that to the client, you broke this, you got to be part of the process for helping me fix it. Because we're going to put what we do together and put them back in the same system that I'm taking it out of. So you have to really coach them. And I do many engagements to start to help them see what's possible as we move forward. So tell them from the beginning and tell them again.
I love that. If you broke it, I'm not going to fix it.
No.
Don't leave. Don't leave. We have a special goodie for you.
Oh,
from
is it
all of
candy?
us- I don't know. So just a big thanks, an immense gratitude from the COMENSA community, from us to you.
Thank
you
you.
so much.
And I'm going to be around tomorrow. We have a booth back there. So if you didn't get to ask your question and you want to come talk to us, please feel free to come back and talk to us.
Awesome.
Okay,
Thank
thank
you
you.
so much. So Peggy's slides will be made available, so you'll add that to your bedtime reading. There's so much to learn from there. We have one more session. It is online, and it is by Doug Streich. It's very high-grade European for me here. I don't know how to say it. So Doug is the CEO of AQR International in Chester in the UK, and the topic is on mental toughness. So you'll see the topics weave into each other. So as you are taking in this input from our last speaker for the day, just continue to jot down for yourself, what do I know now that I didn't know when we got into the session today? What do I know now that I didn't know when I got into the session today? Is Doug online, Sean? So, Doug, you are welcome. We are delighted to be having you close up the session for us this afternoon. So, your topic on mental toughness is so important. I resonate with that topic a lot, especially in dealing with complexity and working with leaders who are needing to make a whole lot of decisions all the time and don't always know what to do. And you come in as a coach trying to partner with this leader and also kind of stay in the reality of what they're facing. So Doug, over to you.
I'm delighted and I'm privileged to share this session with you this afternoon. I hope everyone is enjoying the conference so far. The content sounds really good, and I managed to catch a little bit of the last session, which I found fascinating. And I am indeed sorry that I can't be there in person. I would have loved to have done that. But as one of our politicians once said, a little event in the Middle East has prevented me from coming. So, what am I going to address today? Well, I'm going to be talking about mental toughness. It's a concept that maybe some of you are familiar with, but an awful lot of people still are not familiar with. And it's a concept that is bringing something new to the whole idea of people, team, and organizational development. And I liked Dr. Marshall's reference to Kahneman talking about the invisible mind, because this is exactly what we're addressing. So I'm going to be talking about mental toughness. I'm the CEO for AQR International. It was established in 1989, and we now work with coaches in around, well, just over 80 countries. And I'm very pleased to say that we're collaborating with GP Mindmaster to bring our work, particularly the mental toughness concept, to Southern Africa. Now, what we do, there are a couple of hallmarks to what we do. We are very conscious about evidence-based practice. So we have, from the start, worked in close collaborations with academics and leading practitioners to make sure that what we offer is sound in terms of psychological theory and general science, and that it's practical. And so our mission in life is to be able to create well-evidenced practical materials that practitioners can use in their work, and that will enable them to dig deeper into their clients than they've been able to previously. And I'm pleased to say that 24 years on, there are now well over 1,000 peer-reviewed research papers which support our work. And to give an illustration of the way we collaborate with people and reach out to people, we run a regular podcast called Talking Toughness, and our guests in the last 18 months have included, and this is 10 podcasts, Professor David Clutterbuck, Professor Jonathan Passmore, both of whom spoke about psychometrics and the impact of AI, Dr. Jim Law, who is probably one of the greatest American coaches who made his name in sport, in clinical psychology, as well as in occupational psychology. And then there's Zoltan Sigas, who was the research vice president for EMCC, and then a name that should be very familiar to all of you, that's Jake White. And that was entirely about mental toughness, and that was a fascinating discussion. And our work is recognized for CPD and CCE practices by both the EMCC and the ICF. So probably the community around the world that embraces us most warmly, most closely, and most quickly is the coaching community. So let's leap straight into what is mental toughness. Well, mental toughness, mental toughness, by the way, is a term that was coined by Dr. Jim Lower, who in some ways is the godfather of mental toughness. It's a term that makes some people wrinkle their noses up at until they understand what it means. But we now have an effective definition. It's probably the most widely accepted definition, and it's a personality trait. So it's an aspect of personality which explains in large part, so very significant, how individuals respond mentally. And that's significant. We're not talking about behavior here. We're talking about mental responses, that invisible mind, when exposed to stress, pressure, opportunity, and challenge, irrespective of the prevailing situation. So that's another thing that sets it apart from other concepts. We know that it's a very stable concept. In other words, irrespective of the situation, generally, your mental responses remain the same, although behavior might vary. It's useful to think of mental toughness as a spectrum or a scale, with mental toughness at one end and mental sensitivity at the other. These are not synonyms for good or bad or strong or weak. They are purely descriptions of who you are. So what's so special about mental toughness? Well, it is a fundamental psychological concept, and there is a massive evidence to support that. But it's an invisible aspect of our personality, because when we look at other aspects like emotions, we're very good at describing our emotions. If we feel an emotion, we can describe it quite accurately. If we behave, people can observe our behaviors, but it is almost impossible to describe or observe what's going on in our heads. So it's invisible. So it's a challenge. And it's one of the reasons why it has taken quite a lot of time to get to a point where we can understand it. What it does is it describes how we think when events occur. And this is crucially important because varying estimates will say this influences up to 2/3 of our behavior. There are different ways of explaining that. Now, behavior describes how we act when events occur. What we're talking about here is how we think. What is our default mental responses when events occur? And if we can understand that, we can achieve something very, very valuable, especially for coaches. And that is, we can explain why we behave the way we do, which is the fundamentally important question. That's really lying at the heart of what coaches are about. So it's central to coaching practice. And we are fortunate that the byproduct of all the research has been the development of a mental toughness questionnaire called the MTQ+. Because without that, trying to assess somebody's mental responses is going to be incredibly difficult and for a lot of people probably impossible. Now, there is a particular reason that this is suddenly growing in interest and in prominence, in that in 2023, Dr. William Fleming from the Wellbeing Research Institute at the University of Oxford carried out an interesting study. He looked at 233 wellbeing and resilience programs in 233 organizations in the UK, and he found that most of them failed. They failed to deliver the outcomes that were expected. He actually found that some of them did more harm than good. And he identified 3 things. One is programs were individualized, but they weren't customized. In other words, somebody would say, if I was the employee or I was the client, Doug, you need a coach. That's individualizing. That's saying, I'm paying some attention to you. But that isn't identifying why I need a coach. So customization means, Doug, I think you could usefully work with a coach because, but that's a tricky bit because we need to be able to get to understanding what that because means. And that also helps to avoid another problem that Fleming identified. If you are too direct with an individual when you're seeking to support them and help them, it can leave the individual feeling that they're to blame for what's going on. So what we believe is that mental toughness as a concept and the MTQ plus measure can go a long way to supporting our ability to customize what we do and thereby deliver better results. So is it important? Well, I refer to 1,000, well, it's around 1,200 research papers now. About 60% of them look at well-being. And what they found is whether you're mentally tough or mentally sensitive, you are equally likely to get stressed, anxious, depressed. But the evidence shows that the more mentally tough can deal with anxiety, depression, and stress better than the mentally sensitive. Research, and most of this research has come out of a special unit at University of Basel, also shows that there's a correlation between sleep and mental toughness. So we know that mental toughness is very significant in well-being. 40% of the research looks at performance, and most of the early research was actually on performance. And there we find from studies from the world of education, from the world of business, but especially from the world of sport, that 25% of the difference in performance between individuals can be explained by differences in their level of mental toughness. So if we were only interested in well-being and performance, which are probably the big two factors at the moment, mental toughness has a big contribution to make. But what we're also seeing is a big growth in interest in agility. And by agility, we mean being able to respond quickly and effectively with this fast-changing, dramatic world we're beginning to live in the 21st century. Some people can deal with it, other people struggle. And again, mental toughness is a factor. And then the other area is aspirations, where once you could look 20 years ahead and think about a career plan, that's almost impossible. It's very, very difficult to do now. People commonly talking about major career changes, several major career changes over a lifetime. And so mental toughness has a big part to play in supporting an individual's aspirations and things like their employability. So mental toughness has a big part to play in a lot of outcomes that are critically important for everyone today. So let me just start to dig a little bit more deeply into what mental toughness is. When Professor Clough, who's my colleague, first published his paper on mental toughness in 2001, he was the first person to identify that mental toughness consisted of 4 constructs. They all start in English with the letter C: control, commitment, challenge, and confidence. And so they were called the 4 Cs. And bit by bit, we took this out into the practitioner world and into the academic world. And in 2019, Professor Clough and I, together with Professor John Perry, who is now probably the thought leader in this field, were able to take this down to another level. And we were able to identify that the 4 constructs, the 4 Cs, were derived from 8 factors. And the interesting thing about those 8 factors is they are 8 independent factors. And that's quite a rare observation in the world of personality and psychometrics. What this means is that if you impact on one factor, it will not necessarily change any of the other factors. And it might even, you might find a consequence that is counterintuitive. Now, what that means is there are over 40,000 potential profiles arising from those 8 factors. Now, this is something that is beginning to take our understanding of people to another level, because we understand that people are complex. They are very, very complex, but a lot of people will still deal with them through very simple typing models. So they'll talk about 4 colors or 4 types or even 16 types, but we're actually far more complex than that. And we live in a very complex world. So there's an additional layer of complexity. If we're going to be truly effective in the future, at being able to support people to optimize who they are, and Dr. Jim Law talked about helping people to be the best versions of themselves that they can be, then we need to be able to understand that complexity and manage it. And what I'm going to show next is the first step in that process. So when I talk about the 8 factors, I'm going to briefly go around the 8 factors because we could easily spend 2 or 3 days talking about them, but I'm going to try to do that in 10 minutes. So if I start in the top left-hand corner, looking at the control segment, we know that the control construct is supported by 2 independent factors. One is called life control, and that is where the sense of self-worth sits. So in everyday language, it's where can-do sits. So somebody who's got a high level of life control, if you give them something to do, their immediate response, the default mental response is, oh yeah, I can do that, leave it with me, I'll get on with it. And they get on with it likely straight away. Somebody who is more mentally sensitive on life control is somebody who's going to say, oh, I'm not sure. I need to think about that. I just need to check that I'm actually capable of dealing with this. So life control is about the extent to which you believe you have that inner capability, that you are the kind of person who can do this work. The next factor is emotional control, and probably more accurately, it's about emotional regulation. We feel emotions every time we do something. We sense emotions in other people, but some of us will sense those emotions strongly, some of us barely at all. And the extent to which we can regulate what we sense impacts on our mental toughness. So very simply, somebody who experiences very strong emotions can, if they can regulate them, they can channel them to a more productive end. If they can't regulate them, those emotions begin to influence what they do. So they determine their actions and their behaviors. Then if we move around to the top right-hand quadrant, this is commitment. This kind of approximates to what grit is addressing. So grit is a component of mental toughness. And commitment consists of two factors. Firstly, goal orientation, and this is where the sense of purpose sits. So when you have to do something, some of us will understand what it is we've got to do and why we've got to do it. And we can likely set goals and targets from that because we can understand what we're doing. Clearly not. Some of us can't. We move on to achievement orientation. This is where the mental response to the challenge kicks in, because this is about the extent to which you are prepared to do what it takes to deliver your purpose. Now, some people will move heaven and earth and be prepared to do that, even to the point of being self-sacrificing. Others may take a completely different view. They may think, oh, I know I'm being asked to do that, but I don't think that's worthwhile, so I'm not going to give that a lot of effort. And then we move around to the bottom right-hand quadrant, and we have two factors here that contribute to challenge. The first one is risk orientation. And this is really about addressing how we see today and how we see tomorrow. Because if I were to ask you, what will you be doing in 12 months' time or 2 years' time? You'll have a vague understanding of what that might be. What you will know is that maybe there'll be some opportunities there, but maybe there will also be things you don't really want to come across. So somebody who's got a high level of risk orientation is somebody that's going to accept that both of these exist, but will see the opportunities as something worth doing and taking a chance with the threats. Somebody who's got a low level of risk orientation will take an opposite view. They're the kind of people who like a lot of stability. They like a lot of routine. They would prefer not to be exposed to new experiences. And then we move around to learning orientation. Learning orientation is, for me, the beating heart of the concept. So learning orientation is describing the extent to which I'm prepared to reflect on what happens to me and what happens to everyone around me. And we can go through life, and as we wander through our lives, we do things, and there's a lot of potential learning there. Some of us extract that learning. Others tend to push what their experience is to one side, bin it, forget it, and they just want to move on. And then the final quadrant is confidence or self-belief. And that's got two components. And the first of those components is confidence in abilities. And this is not about whether you've got abilities or not. In a sense, this assumes that you have some sort of abilities. In other words, you have skills, you have knowledge, and you have some experiences that you can rely on. What this is talking about is the extent to which you believe in those skills, your knowledge and your experiences. If you have a high degree of belief in them, you're likely to use them, and you'll probably optimize what you do. But there are an equal number of people who will doubt their abilities, even though they possess them. And if they doubt their abilities, they're less inclined to use them. And sometimes they may well have great sets of abilities, but will believe that other people have better sets of abilities and they'll defer to those people, even if that's not the case. And then the final segment, the final factor, is interpersonal confidence. This describes your mental approach to engaging with other people. Now, some of us will engage readily with other people, others will be quite wary of engaging with other people, but mostly we need to engage with other people to share information, to listen to them, to influence them, to stand our ground. But the big one is being prepared to ask the stupid question. And in my work, both in the world of education and the world of work, I've lost count of the number of times I've seen people go into meetings, hear what's been discussed, and walk out of the meeting and say, I'm not sure I understand that. And when you ask them, well, why didn't you ask for clarity? Well, didn't want to look stupid. Somebody who is more mentally tough in terms of interpersonal confidence won't be fazed by that. They simply want to know and move on. They accept that engaging with people might occasionally mean an awkward moment, but they're prepared to engage with everyone else. So these are the 8 factors. Now, just to illustrate its significance for behavior, we know that these 8 factors are on their own probably the most significant influence in behavior of all the factors that influence behavior. I'm just going to illustrate how difficult. If I was with you, I'd do this as an exercise, but I'm going to kind of skim through it. Imagine an individual who you have identified as having potential to do something different. Say you're going to send that individual to another country to open an office for your organization, and you're going to give them a huge increase in salary and big step up in their career. And when you offer it to them, they decline. You look around those 8 factors. I will very often set this as an example, and I ask people, which of those factors do you think is a factor here in that rejection of the offer? 75% of people will come back instinctively and say, oh, it's something to do with confidence and abilities. In fact, it can be any one of those. If it's life control, it could be that they just don't think they're worth it. Emotional control, anxiety kicks in. Achievement orientation, they don't feel that they're ready to make that kind of effort. Goal orientation, they're not sure that they can see the purpose. Risk orientation, the threat outweighs the opportunity in their mind. Learning orientation, they may not have the kind of experience to fall back on. And interpersonal confidence, if they've got low levels of interpersonal confidence, they may not feel confident about being able to seek support when they need it. So yes, and it could be that they don't have confidence in their abilities. They think, I can't do it, but I just don't know enough. So it could be any one of those 8 factors. And more so, it can be a combination of those factors. It could be 2 of them, or 3 of them, or 4 of them, or even all 8 of those factors. Now, it is, given that what I'm talking about here, those 8 factors are invisible, it is incredibly difficult to take a behavior and try to work out why that person is behaving the way they do. And this is really what we are bringing to the party. Now, I'm going to address something that I'm sure somebody will ask me a question about, because I get asked this every time. One question we get asked is, aren't we talking about resilience here? Well, we are and we aren't. So resilience is a very important and very powerful quality to possess. But resilience is, the definition is the ability to recover from adversity. Now, it's a passive response. It's rearward looking. It's looking at something that has happened in the past and can you bounce back? So it's about the ability to bounce back. If you look at the mental toughness concept, the 8 factors I've described, it is broadly explained by those 4 factors at the top of the pizza image. And resilience helps you to survive. But if we add positivity. And that's what the 4 factors at the bottom of the image are addressing. Then we can do something more than simply survive and simply bounce back. We can add the ability to execute or deliver even under pressure, and pressure that we can anticipate. And so now we're adding a proactive element to resilience. Now this is forward-looking, and now we have the opportunity to thrive. So resilience is a component, or you can see it as a part of mental toughness. It's perfectly possible to be resilient and not mentally tough. That's what I'm suggesting. So there is a connection, but it's only part of mental toughness. Mental toughness is a bigger concept, and I would argue that it's a far more relevant concept. So it's invisible. So how can we assess it confidently? Well, we can, because we've now got a byproduct of all the research called the MTQ+. It's a 63-item psychometric measure. It's valid, it's reliable, and usefully, I think almost uniquely, we can also demonstrate that scale independence. The language in the questionnaire has been set in English to a reading age of 10, so it's also widely used in secondary education. It takes about 15 minutes to complete, and it generates some incredibly useful data because it's a normative measure. So the norm is a global norm. So every time somebody completes it, we compare the results against the normal average person on the planet. There probably isn't such a person, but that's the standard that we compare it to. And it produces a range of reports, including group analyses that are used in organizational work and in team building work, especially in things like team coaching. So I'm going to show you a very short example. This again is typically discussed at length because there's a lot of learning in this, but I'm just going to hit you with some headlines. This is a real individual who in 2020 was given a task. Now this is an individual who's a director of one of the biggest companies in the world. They employ around 450,000 people. And in 2020, as you know, COVID hit, and he was given a project to develop the organization's COVID strategy. Within 6 weeks, he was clinically depressed. Now, he had never, ever experienced failure before. His whole career had been a succession of success stories, which is how he got to the top of the organization. The organization was a very good organization, gave him a lot of support, and one of the things that they gave him was a personal coach who used the mental toughness questionnaire with him. And there you can see the results. Now you look at the overall mental toughness score. By the way, the norm on each of these scales is 5.5, the midpoint. So you can see his overall mental toughness score was 7. That's reasonably above mental toughness. That partly explains why he was so successful. But then when we look at specific factors, those that are indicated in yellow, we can see his life control score, his sense of self-worth, is right at the top end of the scale, as is his goal orientation, as is his achievement orientation. And his risk orientation, his preparedness to tackle anything, is right at the top end of the scale. That's in the top 2% of the population. And his confidence in abilities is high, and his interpersonal confidence is high. It's pretty much a profile of, the kind of person who succeeds at almost everything. But what he was completely unaware of is that there were 2 areas of mental sensitivity in his profile. One of them was comparatively low level of emotional control, and the other one was a low level of learning orientation. So he set off on his task, and as you do with most projects, he began to hit problems. And one of the things that began to happen is, because he wasn't particularly good at learning from what happens, he would just go back and try again. And he would go back and try again even harder. That is an example of his achievement orientation influencing his approach to the task. And as he became more and more frustrated and more disappointed with his work, his lack of emotional control began to be a significant factor. And eventually it led to his breakdown. It took a bit of a while with the coach to kind of get him to understand this. He denied that he had a low level of emotional control, but the coach did a very good job asking him questions like, what happens when things go well? Oh, I'm the life and soul of the party. I dance on the desktops. And what happens when things don't go well? Oh, you don't want to come anywhere near me. And bit by bit, she began to explain to him that this wasn't indicating emotional control. And he was trying to explain it in terms of, well, this is my passion. And what he wasn't realizing is this passion was dictating what was happening to him. So eventually we were able to work with him. But what I want to point out is two things, because the mental toughness concept is almost uniquely non-judgmental. When we're not talking about something like fixed mindset or growth mindset that is too often associated with good and bad. Here, if you look at his achievement orientation score, for most of his work in life, being a go-getter, being a doer, has worked for him. That's an asset. It's an advantage. And it's an advantage in most of the situations that he found himself in. Now, when he was struggling, it was no longer an advantage, it was a disadvantage. He was just dropping his head and charging at the obstacle, hoping that somehow the obstacle would respond differently. And so this is illustrating something that is true about every single one of those factors, is that they all carry advantages and disadvantages, and they only manifest themselves as strengths or weaknesses depending on the situation. So this is bringing, I think, a different way of looking at strengths and weaknesses, and probably a more holistic way of looking at strengths and weaknesses. Now, the other thing that I want to address is, this is a typical profile. There is hardly anyone on the planet who has got 100% of their scales on the right-hand side or 100% on the scales on the left-hand side. We are generally a mixture of those 8 factors. So this is somebody who got to a very senior level, and he had aspects of mental sensitivity in his profile that would, in a particular situation, create a problem for him. Now, these weren't inherently good or bad. They just were aspects of his mental approach. And the critical thing here is to be able to understand his mental approach to events. So, I'm just going to show you a quick application on how we can operate in a team setting. This is another real example. This is an organization of about 400 or 500 persons with a leadership group of 56 people. This organization had happily done its business for 10, 12, maybe more years, and had been successful in each one of those. And suddenly a regulatory change came into the industry. And they thought, oh, we'll take it in our stride. And in fact, they didn't. They found themselves a little bit derailed. So they asked us to come in, and we said, well, let's look at the profile of the group. So they completed the mental toughness questionnaire. And what we could see is the top pattern of scores. You can see it's almost normally distributed. There are people who are mentally sensitive, and that's great. There are people very mentally tough, that's great. And most people are bunched in the middle. That's a healthy profile. That's a profile of an organization that can generally deal with anything that's thrown at it. We analysed it in various ways. One of them is we looked at their response to challenge, and we did find that the response to challenge wasn't as good as their overall response to events. And that provided an indication of why they might have struggled with a major change. But because this is a normative measure, and we're collecting data, we can analyse that data in a number of different ways. We could have analysed it by location, by age, by length of service, and so on. Each one of those would yield something useful. And in fact, in this case, we analysed it by gender. 24 were males, and that's the middle graph, and 32 were females, and that's the lower graph. And you can see that they're all combined in that top graph, or top histogram, but they're actually quite different when you look at the two lower histograms. And so we suggested maybe some of the issues lie here. And it did take a bit of time to explore this, but what we found was that most of the females were in operational roles. They tended to be doing the doing. Most of the males were in maybe senior management, more strategic roles. They were telling the operational people how to do their job. The operational people knew how to deal with the change, but they weren't being allowed to deal with the change. So we were able to demonstrate that what is often a useful position, it's the more mentally tough individuals in the team that could drive things forward, but if they weren't self-aware, they could cause problems for the people who were less mentally tough, more mentally sensitive. So this is an example of how we can expose and understand what's happening in a team setting. And we've got plenty more examples that are beginning to emerge. So using that same team graph, we can look at the leader. So if that profile was the profile of the group, that green line might indicate what the leader's position was in terms of the group. So that might indicate how the leader deals with the group and how the group deals with the leader. But we also see people looking at specialists in the group. So if you might have a technical specialist, somebody brings a little bit of expertise into the group, and we've illustrated that with a red line. Now, in this particular case, this person is much more mentally sensitive than the rest of the group. So if this person's bringing technical expertise into the group, is that effective? Is the rest of the group paying attention to them? Is the individual sufficiently assertive to be able to deliver what he or she is supposed to be delivering to the group? So there are lots and lots of applications. So the mental toughness concept and the measure is also bringing the opportunity for a data-based approach to development. So I've mentioned development 3 or 4 times. The acid test, but the big question is, can you develop mental toughness? And that's obviously going to be of interest to all the coaches and practitioners in the room. Well, the answer is you can, but you may not necessarily need to. So the key issue is self-awareness. By using the concept as a lens through which you can understand your mental response, and using the measure as a way of understanding your response at a more granular, more tangible level, what you're doing is you're creating self-awareness about my mental responses and what their implications are for what I'm trying to do. Now, if there is something that is particularly significant and the individual wants to do something about it, then it is perfectly possible to develop mental toughness. It's not easy because we know from the research that part of your mental toughness is genetic in origin, but about half of it is environmental or experiential. And so you may well have spent 20 or 30 years learning how to respond mentally in one way, and then suddenly you find you've got to unlearn that and relearn a different approach. But it is possible. It is very much possible. It requires a degree of effort. But we find a significant number of people also say, well, this is how I've developed over my time. I'm actually reasonably comfortable with who I am. But I recognize that there are situations that I don't necessarily handle well. So I would like to learn how to cope with those situations and also how to recognize those situations. And again, the mental toughness concept and the measure can help us to do that. But we can also be increasingly seeing people saying, well, I would also like to learn to avoid situations that create problems for me through my understanding of my mental toughness profile. And in the UK and to some degree in the States, we're beginning to see a growth of this that's been embedded into job design. So jobs are being reshaped around individuals, especially key individuals, rather than a traditional approach of having a job spec and trying to fit a person to a job spec. Is to say, well, here we've got a broad requirement and it's got very specific elements. Here we've got somebody that kind of meets 90% of it. How can we optimize that? So what we're talking about here is about customizing development. But the good news for all the coaches here and trainers and the HR professionals is that all the tools and techniques that help us to develop mental toughness are already known to most people. Or they tend to revolve around positive thinking, visualization, anxiety control, attentional control, goal setting, and the test itself. I would say at least a quarter of the people that we deal with will say, now I understand myself better. I think I know what to do about that. So there's very little need to kind of learn a whole pile of new tools and techniques. Now, there's an image on the right-hand side of this screen that is actually quite important because this is signposting what we're looking at next. What Professor Perry is doing is he's looking at where does our mental toughness come from? And he found that there are 5 sets of mechanisms that influence our mental toughness. And what we're doing together, John and I, is looking at each of those mechanisms, and we've understood that if we understand each mechanism, we also understand which interventions will work more effectively than another. Because you will also know that all these interventions that are on that screen work, but they don't work all the time. They don't all work for all people. And there is a challenge in understanding which work best and when. And we think we're beginning to get there. The other sort of recent development in the last 2 or 3 years is an understanding of the importance of a systemic approach to developing people, teams, and organizations. And what we've got here is an image that says, well, there are 4 big elements here. There's leadership, there's the employee, there's the teams, and there's culture. And we look at all 4 of those, the mental toughness concept and either the individuals or the team's mental toughness is a factor underpinning the effectiveness of each area. And because it's a common link, it provides the opportunity to build a systemic approach to developing organizations and their people. So we're beginning to push the boundaries of the application of the concept. Because as coaches and as trainers, you know that you will often effectively help somebody who has struggled in a situation, but if they're put back into that situation, the situation hasn't changed, the outcome may not be as effective as people would like it to be.
Doug, I'm going to interrupt you. I'm so sorry. We have come to the end of our time. Can I give you 3 minutes to share your last thoughts? And I hope you'll be able to share your slides. I know you also have the 15,000 Rand competition you wanted to share with everyone. So 5 minutes, you've just gained yourself 5 minutes because people want the
I've
prize.
just got to the last slide, actually.
Oh, good.
So I was just going to summarize that the concept and the measure, we think will elevate the practice of all people development professionals. It helps to better understand everyone. It addresses the why question, not just the what question. We're able to explore to a level of close detail what makes a person. So we're going beyond typing or labeling. We're helping to create self-awareness, and self-awareness is kind of creates a virtuous spiral in that it supports engagement and empowerment. If people understand something about themselves, they're more inclined to support their own development. And it's bringing the scope for customization. We're beginning to understand its significance. And then because it's a normative measure and because there's a huge range of academic papers supporting it now, there's a scope for carrying out real evaluation. So I'm finished. So I don't know if there's time for a question. I'm quite happy to take a question. And as you noted, if people go to the GP Mindmaster stand, they are running a competition to which we have provided a prize of entirely funded access to the online mental toughness questionnaire licensed user training program. So somebody in the room will have the opportunity to take this concept on without charge.
Thank you so much, Doug. Do we have a question in the audience before we rush to the competition? Any hands? So for us, Doug, it is end of the day, so people are fading. Do we have a question? Okay, we've got someone who wants to ask.
Thank you so much. The question I have for you is with regards to the fact that you're saying now the jobs are designed around individuals. Isn't that going to be a challenge when that person moves from the position, when somebody else has to come in and fill that huge gap that this person has just, the job has been designed around?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that question?
The question is, you're saying the jobs are now designed around individuals, not the same way where in the past you have a job and people must fit into it. Now you're looking at the person, their competencies, and then you design the job around them. What is the implication? If the person leaves the job or is unable to work anymore, how do you find someone who will fill those shoes? Because like we're saying, it's high flyers and something like that. Thank you.
Well, that's a very good question. There are two kind of components to that. Firstly, job content is always fluid. I used to be the head of HR and head of operations for Castrol in the UK, and we were constantly restructuring and moving responsibilities from one role to another. So yes, if you've designed a job around an individual and that individual leaves, then you'd be lucky to find somebody who perfectly fits that. But it means that you probably have to go and kind of move some of the roles and responsibilities around to accommodate the situation you now find yourself in. But there's another side, because what we're finding, or what our partners and the practitioners who use the concept in that context are finding, is that people stay longer because they feel they fit the job better. They also feel, there's another interesting component. They feel that if somebody has shaped the job for them, that the organisation genuinely cares for them. So we're seeing things like retention improving. So, that's kind of a counter. So yes, there's a fear that if you lose somebody, they will leave you with an issue to deal with, but then they're also less likely to leave you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Doug, for your time and just giving us those helpful nuggets around mental toughness. I've definitely learned so much today. And colleagues in the room, Laura is waving her hand. So Laura is the person that you want to go and speak to regarding the 15,000 Rand competition. Who does not want to have a freebie in this economic climate? So thank you so much, Doug. Thank you, Laura, for being in the room. You have, closed us off on a high with lots of insights. So colleagues, this brings us to the end of our time together. I know some of us are not returning tomorrow. We are very sad to see that some of you are not coming back. I think there is still an opportunity, if you change your mind, to sign up for tomorrow's session. For those that are going to be returning tomorrow, the time stays the same. We start off at 8 o'clock with networking, registration, and promptly at 9, we press play and we get going. Tomorrow is talking about professionalization. The bundles are almost finished. It's 4 p.m. It's professionalization. It's looking at what's going on in our context. We've got some people from the government also coming to share with us some thoughts. So some ideas that we're percolating today, I think it's an opportunity to just cross-pollinate the learning. For those of us who are remaining for the gala dinner, it's 6 between 6 and 7, I'm told, is the slot to kind of make our way to the venue. The venue is, if you turn right, you'll see the signage there for where we're going to be having the gala dinner. It's an evening to celebrate, to award the work that has been happening within our community. I was also reminded to let you know about the wisdom, under the wisdom tree. So the metaphor book, COMENSA has a stand at the back, so if you would like a copy, I saw there's also some merchandise. If you want to purchase anything to celebrate COMENSA at 20, please visit the table at the back. We also have other exhibitors here. If you haven't had a chance, please go and see them. There are also some cookies there and some tea and some water, and importantly, some beautiful birchwood gardens. So enjoy, meet new people, and thank you so much for the time that we've had today. Big round of applause for yourselves. Thank you.
So today was actually the first day of our COMENSA conference. It was actually so beautiful. I think what is actually so interesting is looking at the AI tools that are being introduced within the coaching spaces. They're not here to replace us, so we need to embrace them and ensure that we work hand in hand with those particular tools so that it actually expands our work. So overall, I would say the conference was actually very beautiful. All the speakers were actually amazing, and we hope to see more people coming in tomorrow because this is actually a very interesting conference for all our professionals.
Wow, where do I start? Today was awesome. There's so much knowledge that was shared. The one that stood out for me, mental toughness. I think we need a whole lot more of that. And tomorrow I'll be coming tomorrow to come in SAC and get more knowledge from people that have been in the industry for long. Awesome!
20 years of celebrating. I've been with COMENSA for 17 years. So great to get all the coaches into one room and the mentors here. We're here to have some fun together, learn, and it's been a great experience. Learning, connecting, disrupting each other's thinking, and seeing how the ripple effects we have as we do this.